So, normally I would be doing, some sort of, politics show, but as we can see, I'm still fairly sick. I don't know what's going on, but I've just not been able to get healthy. And when I can't get healthy, I try not to, have an opinion on the world too much, because I know if I'm sick or I'm not feeling well, then everybody's the same way. When you're sick, you're not feeling well. When you're not feeling well, you have sort of a negative opinion on life. You don't want to, like, that's not really how you feel. It's how you feel at the moment. You feel this way at the moment because you just feel crappy. It's kind of like at the end of the day, you're all set to walk out the door, and then you're a salaried employee, and like 2 minutes before you're supposed to walk out the door, a personnel decision drops on your desk, and you're like, fuck, I really don't want to deal with this right now. So you make like a really quick decision instead of a really good decision. I mean, there's a ton of stuff. I saw tons of Donald Trump's dying TikToks and YouTubes. Every president we've had since Obama has been, a geriatric. They've been old presidents. Biden, Trump, they're both old. We need some young blood. We need some young blood in politics. Unfortunately, I was going to talk about the Mamdani thing. He's threatening to arrest the Prime Minister of Israel when the Prime Minister of Israel goes to New York for the UN General Assembly. Like, first of all, numbnuts, don't you have a big enough problem? Don't you have a big enough fucking problem just managing New York? And second of all, you're too big for your britches, son. Like, what would make you think that the mayor of New York has judicial authority over the prime minister of another country? What's even funnier to me is that now somebody has found that Mamdani, by making that public statement, may have violated the law. Because apparently in New York law, there's a law that says the mayor of New York can't make threats, and it was written into the law because the United Nations building was there. So I was like, what the fuck's going on? What's going on in our world? Do I think companies like Palantir and Anduril are in danger if there's a Democratic shift in Congress? So the average person would probably think so, but the reality is, once you have a government contract, as a lot of people were in for the rude awakening when Elon Musk and Doge took over. What's up, Taka? When Elon Musk and Doge took over, there's a lot of contracts that are on the books, but you can't cancel a contract that's already been awarded unless the contract has acceptance phases. And even if the contract does have acceptance phases, you have to be able to articulate against the rubric, the statement of work, why you're not accepting it. And most of those contracts have very, very stringent right to correct. So even if you said, oh, we're not interested in pursuing this anymore, even though you've built 50% of a product, a design or whatever, we're not interested in pursuing it anymore. They'd be like, okay, well, why? Budget constraints. We reject the budget constraints. You have not played this since it first came out. What is it like now? Once Human has done a lot of changing. So unless you played within about the last 6 months, this is a totally new game. They're nerfing the new sniper rifle tonight. The new sniper rifle is getting a pretty sizable nerf today. Well, it's not getting a really sizable nerf. It's dropping the total number of reverb stacks from 5 to 4, and then each stack of reverb now increases the damage of the last bullet from 4% to 5%. So 20% to 20%. So I guess it's not really a nerf at all. But we'll have to see, because right now, right now, if the number of reverb stacks is not less than 3 when the last bullet triggers shrapnel, it will additionally trigger a number of times equal to the reverb stacks. So that's where the right, but that's where the nerf comes in, because while it's bumping the damage of the last bullet to 5, because there's reverb stacks only to 4 now, you only get 4 additional triggers instead of 5. So that's kind of that's where the nerf comes in. On June 23rd, Planter was selected to serve as the cloud data layer for the U.S. Army's Next Generation Command and Control program. By using it as a foundational data architecture, the Army aims to create durable, extensible systems. Yeah, but that doesn't mean shit. Like, here's why people need to calm down with that shit. It doesn't, until we become the Ukraine, it doesn't matter. There's always companies providing services that they already have. If you're not aware, the battlefield is already tagged and labeled. When you get, depending on what function you're serving, I mean, you can read Jocko Willnick's book, Extreme Ownership, and we already have that. Except, no, it's not. That's not Planeteer. People need to stop that bullshit. We had that capability before they came along. We had that capability at least 22 years ago. People need to stop being so fucking caught up on this one particular company. They happen to be the best at what they do. It's not like they're subtly taking over. Like, what people don't realize about the US military, when you make something for the US military, there is no sneaky, we put something in. Because you strip it down to the bolts. If it's software, every line of code is reviewed. So people gotta stop with the conspiracy theory bullshit, because it's not happening. Now, when you played, obtaining acid was a bottleneck. I'm gonna disagree with you. Obtaining acid was never a bottleneck. You had to know how to do it. There's multiple ways to get mass quantities of acid. You can literally just make yourself a deviated pork chop. They changed the name of it, but there's an item you can eat that increases your acid drop. Maybe they took it out. Hold on. Maybe they did take it out. So if they took that out, then that's going to create a little bit of a bottleneck. Just straight farming, though, I I don't remember the last time I panicked and was like, I'm out of acid. You can get mutated crops. You can set up a refining system, a pumping system, and then put it through a barrel. So there's just a ton of ways to get it. You can also, with the new, they got rid of all the tech tree stuff. So the tech cradle, we don't have the gold memetics up there anymore. So we have the third furnace type, which you unlock. This has what used to be sulfur chemist is baked right into this furnace. Wait, that's not the sulfur chemist one. Wait, is it over here? Because you can also swap Stardust source for acid now, which I get so much Stardust source. But yeah, there's plenty of ways to get acid. It's not like you're going to be sitting around. Plus, now that there's permanent servers, I mean, you can go online trading, and you can just. Oh, nobody's selling acid today. I guess no one has it up. Normally, acid's for sale up here. Hi. No, I'm not letting you into your girlfriend. You're a domestic abuser. No, you are. My little black cat wants to go in and see his girlfriend. But he's been kind of mean lately. You can't trust him to go in there. But yeah, we've got the online trading shop now, and then Harvester's Market. If you do start playing again, just south of Blackfell, that little dot is Harvester's Market. There's 101 different vending machines in there. So they've been doing a lot of good things. They've been going a lot in the right direction with the game. The problem is, after Way of Winter, they completely flipped development teams. And so the new development team is trying to get a handle on what the players actually want, which is always kind of a difficult thing to do, because one developer puts their heart and soul into something, and then the next developer comes along and they have a different heart and they have a different soul. Do I think it is... Somebody asked the question. Do I think it is immoral to make money in crude oil trading? No. No, I don't. I don't know what happened. I do not know what happened in our society, but somehow communism and socialism came back as this big, major talking point. I don't want to live in communism. I don't want to live in socialism. And neither do you. You want to live in socialism because somebody on a talking YouTube video told you that living in socialism would be good. No, it wouldn't. Because you've got these things in democracy called freedom. Freedom of choice, freedom of decision. You don't have those in socialism. You don't have those in communism. And that's the piece that people, they want to read like the snippets. They want to read like the really good shit. Like they want to read, they want to tell you all about how this chocolate chip cookie is great and delicious and warm, and you can put ice cream on it, and you can put it in a milkshake, and you can do all this shit. And I say, yeah, but give me the other side. Give me the bad news. There is no bad news. Yeah, that cookie is 1,200 calories, and I just had 5 of them. So now I got to go walk until I vomit because I just took in 6,000 calories. There's always a downside. People are like, well, there's no poor people in socialism. You're right. There's no poor people in socialism. There's also, you never have a turn to get something. For the people that can't put that together. But why is a socialist democratic society possible? Because it's not socialism. That's why. Because socialist and socialism are two different fucking words. That's why. And that's the piece people can't fathom. Having socialist views, we shouldn't call them socialist views. We should call them community views. Because it's a social democracy, not a socialism. It's social democracy, socialist democracy, or socialism. In some aspects, we in the Nordic countries are more capitalistic than the US. Yes, thank you. The Nordic people will tell you we're not socialism. We're a democratic capitalist society with socialist safety nets. That's why. People, like, I'm gonna be mean for a second, and then I'll answer the question about ArcH 2. I'm gonna be mean for a second. There's an awful lot of people, appreciate the sub. There's an awful lot of people that make TikTok content who also are baristas. And they complain about being baristas and how they want to live in a socialism state. Because remember, socialism is an economic model and a political model. Communism is an economic model and a political model. Capitalism is not a political model. Democracy is not an economic model. For all those baristas out there that say shit like, oh, I wish we lived in socialism because then I would have enough money to go to school. You're right. You would have enough money to go to school. Break. If the society decided you were to be a barista, that's it. On your 18th birthday, you walked in, you got your ID card, your aptitude scores in school had indicated you are destined to be a fucking barista. That is it. That's all you get. Well, I don't want to, what's this word, want? Love the state. That's it. I want to be a doctor. You can want to be a doctor all you want. However, this year we only have 17 med school slots. But next year you're going to have 307 because it doesn't matter. Because we're not in next year, we're in this year. We have 17 medical school slots. But you're the number 19 person. You just happen to catch a year that there's not a lot of medical school. Well, I'll defer a year. No, because in socialism, from each according to their ability, to each according to their need. Yeah, congratulations. You happen to turn 18 in the year that we need a bunch of miners and lumberjacks. That's your profession, but I don't want that profession. But you said you wanted socialism. You said, and what people don't get is when you say you want socialism, you are saying I want communism, because socialism is not a permanent government. Socialism is the transitional government between free market capitalism under democracy or whatever other governing body and communism. Socialism is a map, not a destination. So when you say, is it immoral for people to make money off of crude oil speculation? No. Morals don't enter into what I do. Morals enter into how am I not taking care of the rest of the world. Like a lot of the Nordic countries, they have really high taxes. People only see it as, well, they get free healthcare. No, there is, if we could set ground rules at the beginning of the discussion, there is no such thing as free. Somebody paid for it. Yeah, I think people fail to see that socialism is Marxist-Leninist one-party system. The five on Earth now are China, Vietnam, Laos, Cuba, and North Korea. And I would even argue that China is not socialist, or is not socialism. They call themselves the Chinese Communist Party, but I would argue that China is state-directed capitalism. With state-directed capitalism, explains why they have billionaires. You want to do business in China? Cool. You have to use a Chinese company. Yeah, China has been capitalist for 30 years. People just, they can't comprehend it because it's a different flavor of not the only example. In fact, capitalism in America is honestly a really piss poor example of capitalism. Capitalism doesn't need to be exploitative. It doesn't have to be. Why does it end up that way? Because the moment somebody who was a have-not becomes a have, they want nothing to do, like 99 times out of 100, they don't want anything to do with their roots. You get a kid, I'll use East St. Louis. You get a kid grows up in East St. Louis, 20 minutes from here. It's one of the biggest shitholes in the country. He gets out, he becomes a lawyer. He tries to go back to his roots, and then he gets called an Uncle Tom because he went to law school. He became successful. He tries to give back. He gets that spit in his face. So he gives up. Honestly, places like East St. Louis, parts of Chicago, parts of New York, parts of Atlanta, they need to be bulldozed, and the people need to be spread around. Wait, we've already tried that, and that doesn't work either. We've already tried taking all the people in the projects, Cabrini Green and the Robert Taylor homes in Chicago, and spreading them out between Joliet, Kankakee, and all down the 57 and the 55. All different towns. We split them up because all of those towns agreed to take them for part of the federal money that the city of Chicago was getting. So they took them. And then what happened? They inherited all the problems. I don't think it's exploitative to make money in the crude oil industry. What I think is immoral is what the oil companies did right at the start of the war in Iran, where they jacked up the oil prices, talking about, well, we're jacking up the oil prices in anticipation of a shortage. Okay. But you know that shortage isn't going to be a thing for at least 4 weeks. The other problem becomes Donald Trump says drill baby drill because it's going to make gas price cheaper, except everybody who believed that is a moron, because we were already exporting crude oil, because the oil that we mine, or the oil that we pump in North America, the oil that we take out of our own strategic oil reserve, we do not have enough refining capability to turn that into gasoline products, diesel, gasoline, aviation fuel, things of that nature. There's two families of sweet and sour crude, and then inside of each family, you can either say there's 3 and 3, or there's 2 and 4, depending on how technically specific you're trying to get. We can't refine all the oil that we pump in America because we don't have refining capability. So Donald Trump saying drill baby drill, great, didn't solve the problem, was never going to solve the problem because it could never solve the problem. Refine baby refine, that would have been a little bit better. Now, should the US do what other countries have done? Should the US say, hey, as a country, all the oil belongs to us, so we're not going to let companies come in and pump it and refine it and sell it at a profit? We're going to control the oil industry. The US government is going to control the oil industry and make sure that gas stays reasonable. Sure, we could try that. But this is the same government that people keep trusting, that has spent $40 trillion over budget, and people still have shitty qualities of life. And I think until the politicians own that fact, we're just not going to make any progress. Most of the U.S. oil pump minus what goes in the fuel mixture is for plastic products. People in the U.S. have to some extent become too individualistic for capitalism to properly benefit society at large. Nations die when people stop caring about the social fabric. Yeah. And this is why doing the I don't mind doing the politics show while I have something else to do. But I've noticed lately doing the politics show just makes me sad. It just makes me sad because our country is being torn apart by people fighting with other people who just want their quality of life to go up. Yeah, sad and rage. I like it hurts my soul to see so many people in need. But it also hurts my soul to see so many fucking dumb people. And I'm sorry, I'm not trying to be mean about it, but I'm not going to sugarcoat it. I told you about the woman, she's got a shitty husband. He assaults her constantly. He's just a dickbag. We need the Texas he needed a killing law. But then, despite all of her struggles, they adopt a second fucking dog. I can't help you. I can't help you because you can't, like, when you have to ask people, your friends, for money to feed your kids. You know, if you have a fucking dog, a dog's expensive. I was just laughing with my wife this morning. We have 7 fucking cats. 4 of them are supposed to be dead. 4 of them were end-of-life hospice care cats. Imperio died 3 times while he was a kitten. Marie was a geriatric who they said had 6 months maybe to live. So we kept her. Athena comes from a litter with heart defects, and Mischief comes from an inbred litter where all the other kittens developed tumors. So we're supposed to have 4 cats out the door. They were supposed to be end of life care. We still have them. I'll tell you right now, if I was, yeah, you can't feed your kids, so what's one more mouth to feed? It's like, what makes me laugh, we used to raise animals to fucking eat them, and we didn't have to feed them. They ate the fucking grass. I want my children to be able to purchase a home like I was able to. I want them to have free time instead of just working and sleeping to try and survive. Right. That's what I want for my children. That's what I want. That's what I want for my children. I want to get back to a world where my children are able to accumulate more than I am. The likelihood of that happening is very minimal. Now, for my wife constantly has to remind me, there's not going to be a whole lot of people like me because I'm neurodivergent, and everything with me is a goal and a conquest. Like, I want to be able to buy my own home. Okay, so I did nothing else. Every time I have a mortgage, every penny I can put on top of the mortgage goes on top of the mortgage. Because once I don't have the mortgage, then all that money that was supposed to, like, I don't want to give the bank $100,000 in interest. Shit, when I finance the car, I look at the per diem every day. I'm looking at the per diem and I'm like, yeah, every penny. Like, people think I'm kidding when I say this. When I had my mortgage, I found in my neighborhood where the day old bread store was. And people ask me why. Because day old bread is 25 cents a loaf. And this was 20 years ago. But day old bread is 25 cents a loaf. And when I'm putting every single scrap of money into my house that I can, day old bread is just as good. My friend used to laugh because the sandwich meat that I like, it comes in, each package of meat is 1 serving. Now this is, again, 20 years ago. And it's like 8 slices of meat, and that's 1 serving. And I would split it up. I would put 4 slices of meat on each sandwich. And my friend was like, hey bro, you're supposed to put all 8 on the sandwich. I said, it's fine. I grew up poor. I grew up hungry. Ain't gonna bother me. So, yeah, ain't no thing. Took my grocery bill. I know you're gonna flip out. Took my grocery bill from $38 a week to $30 a week. That's $24. That's $24 more a month going right on top of my mortgage. And I'm not being funny, and I'm not being silly, and I'm not being facetious. That's $24 more dollars a month on my mortgage. Day-old bread is far more difficult to find now since everyone in production is running one-time production system, and there's very little left over to stock to be day-old. Yeah, and we have moved to what is known as a pull system rather than a push system. So when you're working the bread line at night, they know exactly how many loaves of bread they need to produce today based on what the real-time tracking inventory in stores are. I know the feeling. Bought a vehicle last year, outright no payments. The dealership hated it. They got paid, but what they really wanted was the interest payment for their finance division. What they really want, what the dealership really wants, is they want the kick that they get for financing, unless it's buy here, pay here. But when I bought my wife's Kona, the guy nearly fucked it up because I said to him, look, I know that you get a kick for selling me financing. Just tell me how many months you need me to hold the loan so you get the kick, and then let's talk about the price. And he said, I don't get a kick for financing. I said, so I'm supposed to believe you're the only fucking car dealer that I've ever bought a car from that doesn't get a kick from the financing? Cool. What's the out the door price then? He gives me the out the door price. I say, cool. And then they're coming along with all... I said, no, we're not coming along with oil changes or scotch guarding or scratch guarding. And I'm like, nope, I'm not doing any of that shit. Why? Because in the history of me owning cars with children, that scotch guarding shit has never saved my seats anyway. Big manufacturers of bread are also using calcium and potassium sorbate to inhibit... Yeah. The other problem is bread sits on the shelves a lot longer than it used to. If you guys aren't familiar with this, the little plastic tabs on bread used to be color-coded. They used to be color-coded, and I used to have the color code key. They were color-coded so that the workers didn't have to look at dates on the bags. They just had to look for the color plastic tab. So on the whatever white was, I think white was Monday maybe. First thing the guy does when he comes in on Monday is he pulls everything with a white tab because he's bringing white tabs today. So everything he pulls goes on the truck, and then at the end of his route, he goes to the day-old bread store with all the white tabs. Now, shit, bread sits on the shelf. Shit, I think I went on vacation for 11 days, came home. I had forgotten to empty the bread box. The fresh bread that I used for my steak sandwiches, that was all moldy and shit. But the white loaf bread was still in the bread box. Looked like it had just been made. They also get manufacturer rebates on hitting certain volumes. Yeah. Used cars normally do not have the manufacturer's rebate because it was already factored in when the car was sold new. That is true. But even now, so I keep getting phone calls. The dealership wants my Dodge Journey because the dealership knows its maintenance record, and they know that all the computers in my my Dodge Journey, all of my computers are still good. They have the one dealership a couple of months ago. They were offering me a crazy top dollar rate for my Journey because they literally had two vehicles parked that they wanted to take my Journey, K-ball it for parts, so that they get other vehicles back on the road. And I'm like, no, I'm good because I don't want to pick up a car payment. I said, if you want to give me a car, sure. But you're asking me to buy something I don't need. Like they just called me to tell me they're going to give me a free oil change, no strings attached. And the first thing I said to them was, I will come in for my free oil change, no strings attached, as soon as you tell me you'll pay me $750 the first time somebody tries to sell me something. And they were like, I said, if it's a free no strings oil change, I want to come in and I don't want anybody to talk to me. I said, I'm neurodivergent. I like my privacy. I don't want anybody to even speak to me. And they were like, well, you know, yeah, you're giving me a free oil change, so you hold my car hostage while you try to talk to me. No thanks. Remember, if somebody's offering it to you for free, it's not free. Best way for a dealership to make money on the front end of a deal is to hold money on your trade. Yeah. When they offer you $500 for your vehicle, they're buying it to K-ball it and then scrap it because they're gonna make more than $500. They're gonna strip it for parts, for things that they currently don't have or they currently can't get, and then the rest of it they're going to just scrap your car because you'll get $500 in scrap metal value. I know a guy, his whole life is parting. He buys $500 pieces of shit cars and he parts them because he runs an online website for people that are looking for car parts. He built when he built his house, he built a barn. He's got his whole barn organized. He says on a slow day he sends out 30 packages. On a busy day he might send out 300 or 400 packages. Now you said is longer bread necessarily a bad thing? Yes. Because I don't know if you guys have ever heard of this chip company. Lutz Chips. Only 3 ingredients. The only 3 things in here is potatoes, vegetable oil, and salt. I'll tell you what, those potato chips are fucking amazing. I'll also tell you what, once you open the bag, you've got about 2 days to eat the bag because there's no preservatives. They're about $1. They're about $1.98 at the dollar store. Never heard of them, but buying them on Amazon right now. Yeah, I found this brand at the dollar store at Dollar General after Lay's just changed their plain potato chips. Three ingredients. Now, I'm not against you being okay with food having preservatives. I'm not gonna say anything. You wanna eat the food? You wanna eat the food with the preservatives? Go for it. I'm not gonna stop you. But I'm saying I like to control how much junk goes into my body. Oh, is it Utz? I thought it was Lutz. I thought the little girl was making an L. Is it Utz? I thought the whole point of that was the little girl making the L in Lutz. What do I know? But it's the same thing we've got all the time with, you know, it's just depressing. You thought the same? Yeah, I thought the little girl was an L because of the way her hand is. If they're Utz chips, that's cool too. I think we're just at a point where America became too much like an empire, and empires all eventually collapse. And I think we're just at the point where the American empire is due to collapse. You're starting a second job, so you need decent junk food to snack on. Man, you are a trooper. You are all about the pick yourself up by the bootstraps and get in a better place. I respect that. From a food waste standpoint, longer shelf life makes good sense and reduces the financial burden on lower income families. So I will simultaneously agree and disagree with you. The reason why I will agree with you is the 1 year I cleaned out my pantry. My family saw me starting to clean out the pantry. The family offered to do it instead, and I said, nope, I've got it. And we threw out over $1,000 in food. Between all the cabinets, the pantry, the freezer, we threw out over $1,000 in food. It was 6 trash bags, purging everything that was expired. Now we don't go to the grocery store and buy $200, $300 worth of food. We don't do that anymore. We go to the we go to the market every day or every other day. We pick up what we need as we need it. I do agree with you, though. It's better for the poor families who don't have the ability, who don't have the means to go to the market every day. If you can't go to the market every day, then you need food to last longer. So I can respect that perspective as well. That's just like Memdani and his I just saw this thing where they're giving away like free everything, free medical supplies in New York, fentanyl test strips, Narcan, some other bits and bobs. Like, look, can we be honest for a second? Maybe Bleeding Heart liberalism needs to be slapped down a little bit. Maybe Darwinism, maybe we need to get the way out of Darwinism and let Darwinism solve some of our problems for us. Not trying to sound like a dickhead, but if it's your 7th overdose, maybe society doesn't owe you a 7th save. Maybe if it's your 7th overdose, we just let you die. It's like on Monday after my show, I had a couple of people. I always get a couple of people that want to, like, they don't want to talk on the show. They don't want to talk in the chat, but they want to message me privately. They're like, I just can't get down with what you said about people like me. If I want to protest ICE, I have the right to protest ICE. Sure, you absolutely do. I didn't say you don't. I said, but before you protest ICE, take a moment to write a letter to that little girl who was sexually assaulted by an illegal immigrant that ICE had identified, who ICE had put a detainer on, and J.B. Pritzker refused to allow his law enforcement to abide by the detainer. You can protest fucking ICE all you want. Just go tell that 9-year-old little girl that her sexual assault doesn't matter. And then if you turn around and say, well, I think her sexual assault matters and I still want to protest ICE, well, pick one. Because you're protesting ICE's removal of rapists, of child traffickers. I'll meet you down the road when we get to ICE having no more criminals, degenerates to export. I'll meet you there where I say, okay, this is a reasonable line. Person's lived in the country for 20 years, hardworking, been trying to get citizenship, paid their taxes, all those things. Sure, let's streamline the citizenship process for the people that we want to keep. But I'm not going to meet you there until after we get rid of all the garbage. I don't repaint the room while there's still soda bags and pop cans and cigarette butts all over the carpet. Yeah, at 7 overdoses, it stops being an overdose and it's becoming using Narcan to get as high as possible. You're right. I heard recently that ICE had deported an Army veteran. ICE did have a deportation of a veteran. Because it is possible to serve in the military and not yet be a citizen. I don't remember the specific details of that. But I do know that there has to be something wrong with the system. If you can... Remember, the word veteran... active duty people sometimes get mad at me, but I have to remind them of what the word veteran means. If you are on active duty, you are not a veteran. If you are on active duty, you are an active duty service member. You become a veteran after your time in the service. We're not taking anything away from you. That's why we created a day called Armed Forces Day. Because there was no day that celebrated active duty service members. I want to know how an individual served in the military their whole career, remember, your whole career is the term of your enlistment. 4 years, 6 years, 20 years, 30 years, whatever your term of enlistment was, that is what we call your career. I want to know how you served your whole career, and yet somehow you didn't end up getting your citizenship. Because before I can make a judgment, I need to have all the details. How did non-U.S. citizens even join the military? How does it even work? Well, they join the military, and then, because by virtue of being in the military, that gets them a path to citizenship. I do agree with you, though. If we can't get enough qualified candidates to sign up for the military, then maybe, just maybe, we need to look at our schooling in America and realize our schooling in America isn't producing what we need. And what we need is doctors, lawyers, nurses, engineers, military members, yada yada. I'll support a special situation if I hear someone saves a child from getting raped, then gets deported because they're an immigrant. I would say let them go. But outside of that, we need to get rid of all the immigrants that are criminals at a minimum. Yes, like, I think that's where the Democrats have lost the ability to negotiate in good faith. Like, you're literally saying that we can't deport criminals. Like, if you entered illegally, you should be deported. Like Alexandra Ocasio-Cortez, she said, what about those seeking asylum? And Tom Homan was like, if you want to seek asylum, you enter through an entry control point. And that's when you file for asylum. If you snuck in illegally, you're a criminal. Joining the Army to become a U.S. citizen is a time-honored tradition. Union recruiters would sit at the docks in New York and scoop up all the Irish to go and fight in the Civil War. That one, though, that was a little bit of a different scenario. Because that was signing two documents. One made you a private in the Union Army, one made you a U.S. citizen, but it also made your family citizens. That's why a lot of the mix did that. Because then they knew that their family was secure. That's also why New York had such a disproportionate amount of Irish, because they chose to go there to get their citizenship. The veteran in question had done 3 tours in Iraq and got their green card for permanent residency earlier this year. Yeah. So there's a problem there. How did we fail you as a member of the military? You did 3 tours in Iraq and we still couldn't get you your citizenship? If you enter the country illegally, you're a criminal. Technically not true. Unfortunately, that is not the case. If you crossed into the country not at a border crossing, you committed a crime. It's 6 months incarceration and then deportation. However, if you stayed in the country after the expiration of your visa, you only committed a civil infraction. It's a civil infraction. A lot of people don't understand the difference between a crime and an infraction. If it carries with it the penalty of incarceration, it's a crime. If the penalty is anything else, it's an infraction. And only an Article 3 court can incarcerate you. That's why you know out of the box you can't go to jail for a speeding ticket unless you cross over into reckless endangerment, reckless speed, criminal speed, and that's why it's called criminal speed, because that has become a misdemeanor. Like, when they take you out of the car, take you to jail, it's because you've committed a misdemeanor. But that's not entering the country illegally. I mean, yeah, that is true. It's staying. It's overstaying, and yeah, it's 6 to 1, half dozen of the other. I agree with you, though. I don't know why we have a discussion in this country about deporting people who border jumped. Like, I think the conversation should be really, really easy at that point. You're a border jumper. Goodbye. Like, go away. And what's really sad is the people who... Arthos and I talk about this all the time. The people that would be best served by removing the illegal immigrants are the ones that advocate the loudest against deportation. What are my thoughts on birthright citizenship? Birthright citizenship needs to go away. Birthright citizenship was a great idea in the early years of the country. Birthright citizenship was a great idea right after the Civil War. We had a class of people that were chattel property. We needed to make sure that they and their children got citizenship. Great. We need to get rid of birthright citizenship now. If mom isn't a citizen or dad isn't a citizen, then you should not automatically be a citizen because you were born here. If mom is a citizen and you're born here, you're a citizen. If dad is a citizen and you're born here, you're a citizen. Beyond that, you could be born here, and unless one of your parents goes through the process of becoming a citizen, you have to wait till you're 18. And we could write the law. We could put the law in the books that an individual that was born in America has 2 years post their 18th birthday to become a citizen. I also would not be against... I would not be against the idea or the process of allowing immigrant high school, individuals who were born here, whose parents aren't pursuing citizenship, becoming a citizen should be part of the high school process for those individuals who were born here. Hey, look, you're not automatically granted citizenship, but during 0 hour, here's the citizenship class, and you'll take, before you turn 18, you'll be a citizen. Your parents won't be, but you will be. Well, I don't know if my parents want me. It doesn't matter what your parents want, because on the day of your 18th birth, if you want the citizenship test, we'll give it to you. I think that would be perfectly fine. Now, you say companies have set up people to come visit and have their baby specifically for their child to be born in the U.S. Yes, that... Other countries deny entry to pregnant people. Other countries with birthright citizenship deny entry at customs to pregnant people, or they say the date of their visit ends on this date, and everything after that will be a crime. And if you're in the commission of committing a crime, your child is not eligible for citizenship. And I don't have a problem with that either. I'm not saying that the people that live elsewhere are lesser people. I'm saying that right now, we have at least 7.7 million working age men eligible to work age men. I gotta not say working age because people that are disabled are working age. That don't have jobs. If you suddenly got rid of 12 million people, that will almost instantaneously help patch the housing crisis and the employment crisis. Period. Dot. We suddenly we got rid of 12 million individuals, so let's say 5.5 million of them are working age. We just got rid of 5.5 million working age people. Now, I absolutely understand. Some people are going to say, well, Americans won't do jobs for the rate that foreigners will do the job. You're right. They won't. I've seen 13 people live in a 2-bedroom house and save money. I get it. Being poor in America is better off. You're better off being poor in America than being middle class in some other countries. Again, I get it. But I have to eat the elephant. I can't eat it in one bite. So there's nothing wrong with us starting some smaller bites while we figure out the rest of the problem. It's like the example I gave earlier. You got to put in some sweat equity into a house. And one of the first things, you buy a house and it's 100,000 below market value. And one of the first things you do is you go in and the house smells like dog piss. You rent a dumpster. Guess what? Ripping out carpet is a no-skill fucking task. If you know how to rip out carpet, the task goes easier. But any idiot can rip out carpet. Any idiot can rip out the carpet, rip out the padding if there is padding, and then figure out if they're going to need to replace the subflooring, or, in my personal recommendation, replacing subflooring is expensive. A gallon of Kills, which is paint primer, is not expensive. You know what Kills is really good at doing? Eliminating the dog piss smell or the cat piss smell that's soaked through the carpet into the flooring. If you can, replace the flooring. If you can't, spend one day to treat your floor with Kills primer and you're done. Now you can either lay carpet yourself, lay laminate yourself, or bring in a carpet company. That's the sweat equity we're talking about. You don't need to, I can't buy this house because it's going to take $150,000 in repairs. Okay. Fix the bathroom, fix the kitchen, fix the master bedroom or one of the bedrooms so you have somewhere to sleep. And then guess where your weekends are? Your weekends are spent putting in the sweat equity. But people don't want to do that. They'd rather complain. So you'll complain that there's no housing, you'll complain that there's no jobs, but you'll complain that ICE is trying to deport people. And again, we're not talking about the 49.5 million people that are here legally on visas. I'm only talking about right now the 12 million people who are here illegally. I just want to start with that 12 million. And the Democrats always turn around and they say, well, if you start with that 12 million, who says, who says you're going to stop there? The law does. 100% with you. Why do you think the Supreme Court voted the way they did? Because remember, the Supreme Court does not determine if laws are good. The Supreme Court only determines if laws are constitutional. It's a really, really hard ask to go to the Supreme Court and say, we want you to declare this unconstitutional. And the Supreme Court says, but we fucking can't, because it's in the Constitution. It's an amendment. It's the 14th Amendment, so it's part of the Constitution. So the Supreme Court is like, guys, we literally can't rule not in favor of this Because in order for an amendment to become an amendment is the hardest thing that our government does. Seemingly pass a budget seems to be difficult for them, but passing an amendment requires the consent of the people and the consent of the government in one way, shape, form, or the other. In fact, in two ways, shapes, form, and the other. There's no way to get an amendment passed without the people being involved. And so the Supreme Court is like, you're bringing a birthright citizenship argument to us, but we can't rule against it. Now, people will be like, well, they overturned Roe versus Wade 30 years later. Yeah, because they overturned a decision a previous court had made. Would take a lot of political will to change that, and I don't see that happening in the current environment. Right. Unfortunately, America is due for another civil war. And there's just no real way to say it other than we're due for another civil war. And if we don't have some serious no shit compromises in this country, we're gonna be hosed. I think we're at a critical point where the have-nots are going to stop giving a shit. And you're going to see a really big problem in the country. I mean, we already have a really big problem in the country, but you're going to see an even bigger, really big problem in the country. Because 80% of the country shares less than 32% of the wealth. That's not smart thinking on the part of the rich people. There's an expression I heard a girl say I was probably 17 years old in college, and it stuck with me ever since then. Feed the homeless to the hungry and solve two problems at once. And that quote has just kind of stuck with me because that's what I think the rich have done for the last 30 years. The rich have basically designed how shall we say, the Hunger Games. And what we have right now is a very large dog-eat-dog world. And that's what the rich want. The rich want us fighting a class war, so we're too busy to fight, or the rich want us fighting a race war, so we're too busy to fight a class war. Yeah, the rich seemingly want to do a French Revolution 2.0 electric boogaloo. And what they don't understand is that that's not good for them. It's not good for the rich to have us in this scenario. It's bad for the rich. It's really, really bad for them. And I just don't understand their mentality. I think the rich have pulled their kids out of public school. The rich have put themselves in private neighborhoods. The rich don't want the rich want to enrich themselves of the labor of the poor, but they don't want to have to ever see the poor, which would be fine if you lived off of 50% of the wealth. If you allowed 20% more of the wealth to trickle down, And there would be enough. The rat race would become meaningful again if the rich suddenly said, you know what we're going to do? We're going to arrange it so that there's enough for you. That there's now enough for you to get a little as well. But until that happens, we're in a really, really, really shitty state. And I don't think the rich are smart enough. And a technical report, you put, I didn't have any figures, I just wrote figures lie and liars figure. The instructor left a comment, was just laughing, crying emoji. Yeah, figures lie and liars figure is a time-honored tradition. I can make data say anything I want. I can manipulate data to make a problem seem like it's worse than it is. This issue is, this demographic is 100% more likely to commit crimes than this demographic, because the offender rate is 1% more. And I've decided to break down the issue into change based on percentage, instead of saying this demographic commits crimes at 37%, this demographic commits crimes at 38%. You can make figures say whatever you want the figures to say. And it's fucking terrible that is where we are as a society. Where we basically make one group out to be more criminal-esque because somehow it serves our purpose. Somehow it serves our purpose better if we keep one minority group labeled as habitual criminals, even though in reality their numbers aren't that much different. What were my thoughts about the whole senator thing? With Senator Graham having his sister put his place until the term is over, I feel like people forget that before the 1910s, senators were supposed to be appointed by the state and not elected anyway. That is a very, very important point, and it is something that we need to recognize. The role of the Senate is not to represent the people. The role of the Senate is to ensure that what the House of Representatives promotes for the people is good for the state. And if we went back to that model, that the Senate is there to ensure what the House is trying to do is good for the culmination of states as a whole, I think that would radically change what's going wrong with our country. Right now we have government programs that are mandated, that there's a phrase you'll hear, unfunded mandate. The states aren't given the money to do the things the federal government says the states have to do. Well, how do you expect the state to do those things then? You're literally saying this isn't your problem, but it's your responsibility. Well, how does that work? I feel like now senators just have to make the people happy, secure federal spending. They no longer care about the interests of the state. You're right. What do senators care about? Senators care about one thing and one thing only: getting reelected. That's all they care about. Reminds me of a study complaining about the rise in female injuries in the workplace was actually showing that the number of male injuries went down, making the percentage of injured women a greater percentage of the injured population. Right. They make one group out to be criminals because society needs someone to point it and say they're better than. They also, the blacks disproportionately are made, and if anybody doesn't like this phrasing, tough shit, get a helmet, life's tough. Candace Owens was onto something there. Hispanics in this country did something really, really smart. Hispanics in this country didn't label themselves as minorities. Everybody else was labeling them as minorities. And what did Hispanics do? Hispanics labeled themselves as white. So much so that I would say in 10 more years, any memory of Hispanics being minorities will be gone. Because how do Hispanics fill out government paperwork now? Do they fill out the government paperwork and say, I'm Hispanic? No. They fill out the paperwork that says, I'm white of Latino origin. Well, why is that such a huge deal? Because Hispanics realized they kept getting lumped in with the blacks. It used to be the blacks and the browns. Yeah, they got the census to change. Previous years, it was white, Hispanic, black, Asian. They got that changed to get Hispanic removed, white of Latino origin, white of non-Latino origin. Nothing changed about anything except the marketing, except the packaging. Nothing changed. Yeah, they're pulling the Irish. The Mexicans are literally pulling the Irish card because we used to be European but not white. And I know people look at me and they're like, Jay, you're white. Yeah, I'm white, but I didn't used to be. Not according to the rest of Europe. I was part of the pigs. We have such a fucked up society. Like, it's just unreal. If you could convince people that Jews are only considered white in the US, Jewish people are generally considered white in the US, and in the rest of the world, they're ironically considered Jewish. We spend so much time, right, caught up in just bullshit shenanigans that we need to stop with the bullshit shenanigans and actually look at things and say, like, our kids can't read. At the end of the day, man, I don't give a shit about, and I'm sorry, I understand that it's a global society and the US has made a giant mess of the global society, and I'm not trying to make light of that. But right now, America is fucked. And so America needs to put a be back after lunch sign up on the door, right? And they need to say, look, not trying to be mean, not trying to be rude, not trying to stick our fingers in our ears and not pay attention to the problem. But we got to deal with ours. We got to deal with our problems. And after we've dealt with our problems, we will double back around and we will be part of society again. But until that point, I'm sorry. The US is fucked, yet somehow still less fucked than the EU. Yeah, the EU is completely, well, let me back that up a second. The EU is making some really, really strong power moves right now. The EU is attempting to fix some of the issues that they have. One of the biggest issues that they have is rampant migrant immigration, and the people that are emigrating aren't interested in assimilating. Like, I am not against I'm not against people coming here. And I'm not against people coming here and having their prayers. However, I'm radically against opening a mosque in an area and then having your call to prayers and then simultaneously being offended that the church bells go off. Like, look, you can come to America. You can come to America, you can have your religion. You can come to America, you can have your religion, and you can have your call to prayer. But the moment you turn around and say that the church bells gotta go, I've got a big problem with that. So if the church bells gotta go, so does your entire religion. And if you don't like that, then let's keep in mind, it's either good for everybody or it's good for none. We're not having the rules for thee but not for me pop up. That's just not going to happen. I weep for the future with how bad of a problem it is. Yeah, I mean, we have people that don't understand. We have people that literally get mad at me when I say shit like Jeffrey Dahmer deserved his day in court. Carmelo Anthony deserved his day in court. You know, Jared, the Subway guy, even though they knew for a fact, they knew he did it. They knew he did it, but he still deserves his day in court. And everybody deserves their day in court, because the moment you say somebody doesn't deserve their day in court, then you've fallen into the, well, what about when they come for you? I didn't do anything when they came for the blacks because I'm not black, so it wasn't my problem. And I didn't do anything when they came for the Hispanics because I'm not Hispanic and it's not my problem. And I didn't do anything when they came for the Jews because I'm not a Jew and it's not my problem. Then they came for me and it's my problem, but there's nobody left. I think people need to understand your rights are only good as long as you're interested in making sure everybody else has equal or more rights than you do. And that's the piece some of them struggle with. Your rights only have value if everybody else has equal or more rights than you. Like the mustache man who was literally going to be put on trial in 1945 and would have wanted that, but he knew that Russia was going to get to him first. That should tell you something. Yeah. If that's what occurred, then yeah. Now killing an elite does not drop calibrations like Frugal or Overflow. Killing elites will drop calibrations, but they don't always drop calibrations. Your best source of calibrations remains disassembling weapons. Unfortunately, it is a very long process sometimes to get the specific calibration you want. You can look around in people's vending machines, which is like a little bit faster of a way to sometimes get a calibration. But yeah, the elites will still drop them. They just don't always drop one. Am I thinking about checking out the Where Winds Meet 2.0 update? No, Where Winds Meet was a very good game. I had a lot of fun playing it. I really enjoyed it. The problem is I don't want to split my attention between two games. I'm sorry, two online games, because I already know that I'm going to be splitting my attention. You're welcome. I already know that I'm going to be splitting my attention the day after my birthday when the Crusader Kings 3 expansion pack comes out. Also, I don't have as many good days as I was. So there are days where I don't do anything. It's also why it's been almost impossible for me to get more streams in a week. I was streaming politics 3 days a week and then video game content twice a week. I've had to cut back. I don't know. I mean, I have lung issues, and I don't know if when I got long COVID, my lungs just literally turned to liquid shit. But yeah, I'm gonna be focusing on one game at a time, one online game at a time. Truthfully, when the next game comes out, I'm not even going to be a guild leader. I don't even really want to be a guild officer. I'll be like the guild grandpa. I'll be like the guy that has everything. I want to play one more go around in a game, like, and have some good laughs, but where winds meet isn't it. Unfortunately, with Ashes of Creation dying, Chronicles of Illyria basically being dead, Camelot Unchained being a joke, Pantheon, what can I say about Pantheon? Pantheon is a great thought experiment, but I don't think it's a very good, execution. I don't think Pantheon is gonna be, what people wanted. I just don't see Pantheon. I love Path of Exile. I love Path of Exile 2. But Path of Exile 2 is don't hate me for saying this, but in my opinion, Path of Exile 2 is really kind of a water. Yeah, it's not an MMO. Pantheon 2, don't hate me for this, but it's like a Temu Wishbin version of Diablo that somebody opened the hood on and made a lot of really good changes, but at the end of the day, it lacks the je ne sais quoi of Diablo. It's not a better Diablo. It's a laterally equal, but definitely missing some characteristics Diablo. Like, I feel where Diablo did a much better job with their game was in 4 kind of sucks, right? 4 is terrible. If you're gonna go, so there is a line with dark horror, and the way I feel about dark horror is kind of like this. Here's the line with dark horror, and you either stay on the happy side or you stay on the unhappy side of dark horror. But once you cross this line, you don't stop here. If you're gonna go dark horror, then you go for fucking broke. You go all the way balls to the wall dark horror. You know what I'm saying? You've already lost the component. Yeah, exactly. If we're gonna go dark, we're going fucking dark. We're not doing this like toes over the line. It's kind of like, not to be crude, but we're gonna put it in terms of nudity. If you're gonna break your, if you're gonna break the rated R and go up into NC-17 territory for your movie, then you don't stop at some tits, right? You either stay in the rated R category, right? But the moment you say, well, the shit that we've done in this movie takes us all the way to NC-17, well, then you better be you better be pushing it. That's how you feel when you're DMing in D&D. You got to put parental warnings on stuff. Yeah, I also, people used to laugh. We used to have a level. Yeah, you're saying if you want to do it all the way. Right, exactly. If you're gonna do nudity, either stay on the R-rated side, or if you cross, go all the way. Anything you do, once you break the confines of what's morally acceptable. Like, for example, the movie Saw. Saw is a great example of this. Saw, in my opinion, is not a horror movie. Saw, in my opinion, as an anxiety-inducing gore film. And the reason why Saw was so damn popular is because they said, this is what we're going to do. The line we crossed is 50 feet back that way. So we're just going to keep fucking going. And every iteration of the movie got worse. Yeah, gore porn with a sign of anxiety. Right. It was a suspense thriller with gratuitous amounts of gore. But that's why it worked. That's why it worked. And it made so much money. And then those greedy dumb fucks decided to fuck it all up. They were supposed to release 2 new Saw movies. And the production company and the directors and the writers, they couldn't agree. And so the project stalled. Well, Tobin Bell is not a young man. You kind of fucked the pooch there by stringing it along. And what you did, you strung it along and you made people upset with you. And now if you tried to bring it back, people might not want it. 1 through 3 were solid, then I don't know where we went from there. They lost me. I think what the problem is Saw 1 through 3, you could understand. And I think where the really bad part came in was understanding that 3, 4, 5, and 6, somebody did it and then they got a DMCA struck and taken down. Somebody had taken all of the Saw movies, every scene of every Saw movie, and put them into a solid running video in chronological order. So you've got Jigsaw, the movie Jigsaw, which is the prequel. So you had those scenes, a lot of those scenes in the front, and then that movie gets split to the front and the back. It was a really well done thing. I watched most of it, and then the next day I went back to finish it, and it had been copyright struck, which I absolutely understand why. You've literally just taken all of their movies. But Saw confused people because where the fuck are we in the timeline? I think part of that was the problem. Yeah, Tobin Bell made the series palatable. Absolutely. Without Tobin Bell, that series isn't really palatable. I don't think you could get somebody else to play John Kramer. And I don't think, like, the only 2 people that I think could have continued on the Saw franchise were Hoffman or Dr. Gordon. It's kind of like, go back to the original Nightmare on Elm Streets. Nightmare on Elm Street 1 with Johnny Depp, Nightmare on Elm Street 2, those movies are scary as fuck, right? Nightmare on Elm Street 2, I think, is worse than the first one. And then what they started doing is they made Freddy silly because they didn't want to make a niche horror movie. They wanted to make what all companies make. They wanted to make money. Look at the original Hellraiser. The original Hellraiser is pretty fucking out there in terms of demented. Yeah, then you had the rise of horror comedies like Freddy vs. Jason. Freddy vs. Jason was something that people had wanted for as long as there was a Freddy and as long as there was a Jason. And they turned it into a they turned it into a fucking joke. You liked how his original direction of Halloween and how his niece was going to be a successor. I was never a big fan of the Michael Myers, the Halloween movies. They just were not my jam. Let's see. Jeepers Creepers struck with me, but entirely because it was the first one I remember from my childhood. Yeah, I could see that. Peter Stormare, the guy who played the Devil in Constantine, could have replaced Tobin Bell. Yeah, maybe. There is a Constantine 2 somewhere in production or done, or I kind of lost track of that. I know that came about because Keanu Reeves was asked on a talk show, what's a sequel you want to do that's nobody asked you? And then they said, be careful saying it. They might ask you. So there's a Constantine 2 somewhere in development. And then I think that's going to be between Constantine 2 and John Wick 5. I think that is going to be the end of Keanu Reeves's acting, because as we've seen, Keanu Reeves he's old, he's hurt his knee, so he's already said, I can't do the action like I used to. And we've also seen that Keanu Reeves fell into a bucket of success, and that bucket of success is he was Neo, and he was John Wick, he was Constantine. And then when he tried to go back to Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure for the third one, he that just wasn't him anymore. Team Tim Curry or Team Bill Skarsgård for it? I am definitely a Bill Skarsgård Pennywise. Not because I think Tim Curry didn't do a good job. I think Tim Curry did an amazing job with the support that the technology at the time could support. But the fact that Bill Skarsgård can do the eye thing without CGI, I think that just makes him creepy as fuck. Because the eye thing that Pennywise does, that's Bill doing that. That's not CGI. That's creepy as fuck. Keanu was also really good in The Devil's Advocate. Keanu Reeves was very good in The Devil's Advocate. He was also very good in not The Day the Earth Stood Still. That was a stinker. He was really good in Replicant. And he was really, really good in the movie, I can't think of the name, where the two girls come to the house and then he ends up getting blackmailed. But the problem is he was really, really good in it, but it was a really, really bad role for him because he's one of the few Hollywood actors that has 0 accusations against him. Johnny Mnemonic was a was a piece of shit 90s sci-fi action movie. The entire premise of Johnny Mnemonic was borderline criminal. That being said, he gave a good performance for what the character boundaries were. It's a little bit of a hard role to pull off, trying to play a character whose motivations are trying to recover your childhood memories. You can't always blame an actor for the failure of a movie, because the actor can, with the actor, you're working with what you got. To be honest, the actor is like, what is this pile of dog shit? Also remember, sometimes actors are in movies that they don't want to be in. They're called 3-package deals. Normally what happens is, like, Edward Norton is in The Italian Job, and it's a piece of shit performance. He didn't want to be in The Italian Job. He was stuck doing The Italian Job because he wanted to do the score with not Al Pacino. What the fuck is it? Robert De Niro. Plenty of stories of, if you don't take this job, you'll have to find a new agency. A lot of times, if you want to talk about an industry that's corrupt as fuck, the movie industry is corrupt as shit, because a lot of times the agents get bought because there's going to be a big payday, so the agent gets a kicker to bring their actor. Speaking of Keanu, I got a chance to ride one of his company's bikes 3 years ago. They're way too expensive, and I'm a classic American shape to ride one for long, but man, are they sick. One of the coolest experiences of your life. That's cool. There are several red lines and several yellow lines in my marriage. Motorcycles are on the absolute I will be single again. Due to my motorcycle accident, my wife due to the state of my knee after my motorcycle accident, my wife told me, if you get on a motorcycle again in your life, you will be single. And I'm like, that is crystal clear. Not that she's controlling me, it's that if I were to get into another first of all, I shouldn't be on a motorcycle anyway because of my left knee. But if I were to be in an accident, I would probably become a resident of the hereafter. Yeah, trike it is then. The truth of the matter is my back is too bad. My back is just too awful. My knee hurts too much. I'm not going to I'm not going to put myself at that risk. Plus, the way it is now, if I die, my family's income gets cut so significantly. I'm not about to put myself at risk and then hurt my family's opportunities, because I'll probably live, if this lung thing doesn't kill me in the short term. If I'm like my father, I'll live until I'm in my mid-80s. I can't help but think good actors are a dime a dozen, because when I look at famous actor auditions for a role, it doesn't seem like anything special. There has to be some bullshit going on. I think good actors are not a dime a dozen. I think solid actors are a dime a dozen. But then you've got, like, Gladiator 2. Gladiator 2 was a pile of dog shit script. I don't want to ruin it for you. You haven't seen it. But Gladiator 2 was a pile of dog shit. But Denzel Washington carried the shit out of that movie. Denzel Washington, blame Steven for my elements, since he blames Robert Dawson for his. Denzel Washington hard carried Gladiator 2. Hard carried it. At the end of the day, it is a really stupid plot. And now some of it is based on reality. A little bit. Loosely based on a true story. But, yeah, there's where it is. It doesn't matter how good the actors are when there's only 3 or 4 script writers in Hollywood that are good, and everybody else is making rehashed commercialization of the same shit. And then I saw your comment, Hayden Christensen having to act out George Lucas dialogue. Quentin Tarantino has a really good perspective on this. He doesn't mind listening to suggestions from actors who are really good actors who really know their roles. But everybody else, you're an actor. Your job is to read what I fucking write. Because Quentin Tarantino is an amazing screenwriter. He's an amazing writer. Yeah, Hayden Christensen got read alive. Got eaten alive when those movies came out because George Lucas basically was like, no, read it, perform it as I wrote it. First of all, can we all be honest about Star Wars? If you're a big Star Wars fan, you're gonna hate me here. The first 3, not the original 3, but episodes 1, 2, and 3 are so fucking dumb. Hold on a second. You fell in love with this smoking hot fucking woman, right? You can leave the Jedi Order and you don't even have to give up your lightsaber. You can just leave the Jedi Order and be married to your smoking hot fucking senator wife, who's rich, by the way. Oh, I'm having these nightmares about Padme dying. Maybe I should tell Obi-Wan or Yoda or Mace. Maybe I should tell one of them that I'm having these horrible nightmares. Maybe I should tell somebody that I'm having these that I'm having these what are probably Force-induced nightmares. Maybe I'm so in touch with the Force I'm seeing the future. It was shitty writing. What's your opinion on Star Wars moving from movie sets to CGI for a lot of the films now? Okay. So, the problem with moving to CGI, is there are some things that we should be CGIing up. And there are other things that we should be going on location in the set for. Especially when you want to start doing things like having CGI items inside of a CGI space. You either have to have an amazing CGI company to do that, or you're gonna have that disconnect. Yeah, you can do more with CGI. You absolutely can. It does create the ability to do some really great stuff. But I think that a lot of like, what was the fucking, somebody just told me about, oh, Moana 2 looks like AI made the whole thing. Disney needs to get the fuck out of the live action movie business because they're failing. Sometimes letting people be what they are, not even acting, is the right thing to do. Lee Emery in Full Metal Jacket, that wasn't even acting. That was just a real Marine drill sergeant doing what he does best. Oh yeah, I am Gunnery Sergeant Hartman, your senior drill instructor. That guy crushed that role. And then he was in the movie Seven as the police captain. He killed that role. This isn't even my desk. Hangs up the phone. Nothing is worse than CGI monsters. You can tell the actor isn't looking at the monster, just in the general vicinity. Yeah. The tattoos don't dance on his skin. They just overlay the animated movie over rocks and shit in the background. Yeah. Disney needs to get their shit straight, or they're not going to be a billion-dollar company anymore. Nicolas Cage is a great actor, and it doesn't seem like he ever rejected a script. It's not their job to reject bad scripts. The cast director or whatever needs to be held responsible for hiring the wrong people. Nicolas Cage was in every damn movie for a period of time because of his tax burden. Nicolas Cage couldn't reject a script because he had... I don't remember all the specifics of his tax deal, but as long as he was making money and making payments, he stayed out of jail. So he was in like 14 direct to Netflix movies in like 2 years. But this is what happens when you buy shit like dinosaur skulls and entire ass islands and meteorites. Like, there's a reason why normal people don't own this shit, Nick. You read something about digital cameras. The way digital cameras film doesn't look right when compared to filming on traditional film. That is correct. I think MC Hammer did have a solid gold shitter that was seized by the IRS. Some of these people get stupid with their money. Funny how all that shit tanks in value once you purchase it. If it kept its value, you could have just sold it back to someone else. Well, that's, you know, that's what I try to tell people, right? When you invest your money, like I know people that invested their life savings into fidget toys, and then were desperate to even sell them at cost. Like, why the fuck are you putting your whole life savings into fidget toys? And it's because people want the get rich quick schemes. Funko Pops. Now Funko Pops and Beanie Babies, a lot of people did sink their money into as an investment. Now when I'm on the other screen, I have Funko Pops behind me, and I have a couple of 4-figure Funko Pops. If I needed the money, they would be the first thing to go. I keep them because they were gifts and I'm sentimental. I did not put my own money into buying these things. I probably did because I think my wife or my kids bought me all of my collector's editions. That's because my wife and my kids get frustrated with me because I never spend money on myself. My parents bought us Beanie Babies as gifts as kids. I still have them. They're not my kids' toys. Yeah. I'm guilty of having my cardboard index, aka magic cards. You know, it was funny. My daughter got into magic, so I went to dig out my magic cards. And over the years, I've sold all my expensive ones to fund things like cars or house purchases or whatever. I went looking for my decks. I'm missing one of my. I said, "Oh shit! I think I sold those." Do you have a? I do have a. I did have a very large collection of Magic the Gathering cards. I played Magic from first edition on. So, but now I was reading the new Magic rules, and the new Magic rules are all fucking stupid. Like everything else, man. They took a good game, and they just over commercialized it. Fuck that. Fuck all that. But that's where people's money goes. That's why the phrase is, a fool and their money are soon parted. That's also why the U.S. government is so fucking broke, right? Because their money is soon parted. Oh, wait, no, that's because they're all fucking crooks. But no, it's nice to, it always put me off competitive card games. I thought about Guided Tournament not having a specific card he would need for his deck because it was $1,000. Yeah, that always... that always was disheartening to me, that you would go to tournaments and you were destined to lose because you're fighting a bunch of people, you're playing against a bunch of people that have a house payment or 2 house payments tied up into their competitive deck. You would think that you could build a deck that's only countered by expensive cards, but I imagine there's always someone there that has a deck of only expensive cards. Yeah, and the problem is people have these expensive fucking cards, and there's nothing you can, like, when I say there's nothing you can do about it, there is literally nothing you can do about this shit, because some of these decks kill you on their second turn. Like, holy fuck, man. But you know where I can't be too critical of them? They're making their money too. Like, Wizards of the Coast is notoriously difficult to work with, but they're making their paper, right? They're in business to be in business. I think that's a big part of where people miss the narrative. Like, I owned a bar. I owned multiple bars. Why do people go to the bar? To drink. Well, in theory, in truest theory, you could operate on a 4% margin and own a bar. You could. But back in the day, shot of Jack, or a bottle of Jack, 22 shots. -2 for spillage and compensations. 20. Bottle of Jack, $28. I could sell the shots of Jack for $1.50 and make a profit. I can make $10 profit. Oh, I'm sorry, $2 profit on the bottle. But that why operate on 4 when I can operate on 20? It's like in Landman, where he says, I want to keep the price of oil between this and this. I don't want to make so much money that I lose all my clients. It's kind of like, I always thought it was funny when you would, a nonstop litany of bands would contact you asking if they could perform. And I was always straight up, yeah, how many people are going to come to see you? Well, I don't know. Well, then how the hell can I pay you? Like, look, this place holds 200. On any given average day, there's 95 people in here. Can you bring 105 people? Can you fill the joint? No? Okay, well then I can't, then the amount of money you're asking is ridiculous. I understand what I understand what they're going to say. I can't live in exposure. You're right, you can't live in exposure. But I can't live on paying you money that I don't then break even. Like, I need you to understand this is how much I'm willing to pay you, and then this is how much I'm willing to pay you depending on how many people come to see you. If the place is packed, great. If the place is so packed because you're so popular that I can charge a cover at the door, then 80% of the cover at the door is yours. But if we do a 2-drink minimum, 50% of the door is yours. Yeah, and then Fei Lin brings it exactly right up. Why, if I can operate at 20% markup, he can operate at 18.5. So what is the thing you bring, right? What is the thing that you bring to the table? If my thing that I bring to the table is we're a 3rd-generation Irish pub, and this is the pub your granddad drank at, and your dad drank at, and now you drink at, your dad's picture and your grandpa's pictures are up on the board. There's, that's the thing. I don't have to worry about these 8 people going to a different bar, because this bar has been intoxicating their family for 30 years. Isn't there a term for finding the optimal price that nets you the most paying customers while also having the highest margins? Yes. It's kind of like this. At $14.99, I anticipate having this many customers. At $13.99, this many. At $12.99, this many. At $15.99, this many. At $19.99, this many. If I can have, it's the Disney model. Disney model is really good for this. 10 years ago, Disney said in the course of 10 years, we're going to double our prices, and we anticipate losing 50% of our audience. But if we double the prices and lose half the people, we make the same amount of money. But then if the experience is better, we anticipate making more money on other things. And I'm only talking about the ticket price. If we double the ticket price, but people have a better experience, they're more likely to open up their wallet and buy merchandise, which we have a higher profit margin on. Because remember, the park every day, the park has a fixed operating cost. Bringing in more people doesn't necessarily change your fixed operating cost. If it costs me $100,000 to run the machine for the day, and what you're looking for is optimal price pointing or price elasticity analysis. Yeah, also potentially filtering out the less favorable clientele. And so Disney did this. And then people were shocked to find out Disney doubled the price, but they only lost 30% of their visitors. If a price for a beer or movie ticket is a few dollars more than I expected, I'll still buy it at the time, but I won't come back. I don't know how they would really calculate that, because it's not the new price increase that lost the customer. It was the price increase before that. Astro, that is why CPI is such a amazing industry, because CPI analysts force you down the 5 whys, and what kills most businesses. One of the things I try to teach everybody in life is one of Murphy's laws of combat is doing anything can get you killed, including doing nothing. And because we know that, because we know doing anything can get you killed, including doing nothing, you constantly have to be making decisions. But why are you making those decisions? My children hate me sometimes because my children will do something and they'll say, well, I was only trying to help. Okay, walk me through your thought process. Walk me through your thought process of how you thought your action was going to help. Because we both know that the outcome didn't help, but as your parents, I'm not judging just your outcomes. I'm judging your intentions. How did you intend for this to help? For example, once upon a time in a land far away, I had a bunch of papers spread out on the kitchen table. I wasn't expecting anybody to come home. My wife had left her in-laws early. They had driven home, and my kids took all the paper that was on the kitchen table and put it all together nicely and neatly so that they could have dinner on the kitchen table. And then I woke up from my nap and came down and was fucking horrified because all those paper were in a very specific order. And I said to my kids, I said, well, what were you doing? And they said, we were trying to help. I said, well, what do you mean? Well, your papers were all over. Yeah, my papers were all over my kitchen table while I was on my time that didn't include you. Walk me through the process. Yeah, were. So when they said, well, we thought it was just a mess. Cool. The learning lesson here isn't don't try to be helpful. The learning lesson here is if it's not yours, don't touch it. It's kind of like, in theory, in an ideal world, lockout tagouts wouldn't be necessary, right? Because unless you turn the circuit breaker off, you wouldn't turn the circuit breaker on. But the reason why we do lockout tagout, and the reason why every lockout tagout can have multiple departmental locks on it, is because I get to the circuit breaker box and the lab BMET has locked out this circuit, but my shit's on the same circuit. So I lock it out with the radiology lockout. Well, he finishes working on the lab. He comes back to try to power on the equipment to see if the fix worked. And he's like, oh shit, Jay must be up here somewhere. Let me go see what he's up to because I need the power back to see if my fix is good. But I can't turn the power on because his lock is locking me out. In an ideal world, you wouldn't need that. We don't live in an ideal world. I would say that lesson would be check on it first. Yeah, that should. If you're going to do something, make sure you know why you're doing it. Don't do things for the sake of doing it. It's wasted energy. Why are you doing that? Because we're hip deep in a fucking electrical breaker the size of an average breaker, and you don't want electricity coming out with your head buried between 4 100 amp circuits. Yeah. Oh, they gave me a B. They gave me a B. 3-4, worn out B. Thanks, jerks. Doesn't really do me any good. But we've got a situation where, you know, we're not even properly teaching people anymore. We just I think the new generation of parents have absolutely no desire to parent their kids. I think the new generation of parents just want to survive survive long enough that their fuck trophies reach maturity. I don't think a lot of people are actually interested in parenting. From the results, from the outfits, shit, man. There was a fucking teenage girl riding a bike yesterday. My wife was with me, and I stop at the street. This fucking one girl is wearing a pair of shorts so short you can see everything. And I'm like, I said to my wife, I was like, do you know those parents? And my wife was like, yeah, those parents could give two shits. They're not even involved in their kid's life. Like, look, motherfucker, your daughter is a teenager and she's already on the corner. All she needs is the fishnets and the fucking, price sign. And she's good to go for her future career. The problem is people that shouldn't be parents are, yes. Because there's no permit needed to be a parent, unfortunately. Anybody can be a parent. And then those people had kids and those people had kids. And, it would be nice if we could force people to, if we could force people to take some sort of test. Oh, this fucking new system that they used for the content creator program for this game is ridiculous. I think a lot of I really wish companies that want to use content creators would figure out a content creator program is one of the best and easiest way for you to advertise your product. But you have got to, by God, create a good program from the ground up. This company had a great system. They were using a third-party solution. They decided to make their own solution, and now their solution doesn't function. It doesn't work. I agree, but people would call you a monster for suggesting that. Yeah, some people shouldn't have kids. Some people should have been swallowed at conception. Both Democrats and Republicans would hate that idea. Maybe a few Republicans would be on board. Yeah. I think there's something fundamentally wrong with this society that literally says you can be a person that never graduated high school, yet you can homeschool your children. Hold on a second here. Let me load up my guns. You didn't complete high school, yet somehow you're qualified to homeschool your own children? Now, I understand that there's going to be singletons. There's going to be outliers of a person that didn't finish high school and they got a college degree. I'm not saying that that's not going to be the case. What I'm saying is it is very, very, very unlikely. Very, very, very unlikely that somebody who didn't complete high school is going to be qualified to teach their kids. Just because you have a college degree doesn't mean you're qualified to be a teacher, which I've tried to say many, many times. This idea of troops to teachers is a terrible fucking idea. A individual who was a trainer in the military does not have an inherent number of skills that pre-qualifies them to be an educator. In fact, quite the opposite. In the military, we make our trainers go to trainer school. They get trained at a class. In the Air Force, they have to go to train the trainer school. When you've done train the trainer, you can be a trainer. And after that, you can become a certifier. After you're certified in the tasks, then you can become a certifier. Here's the rub with that. Teaching people in the military is a hell of a lot easier than teaching people in the civilian world. Why? Because I control every aspect of your life if you're failing to progress in your career field. Like, for example, I'm your flight commander. I am authorized without any... I'm a lieutenant and I'm your flight commander. Without any authority other than the gold or silver bar on my collar, I can make you work 16-hour days every day for 59 days. And at that point, then I have to put in an A1 manpower variance for your position number, explaining why I've worked you 16 hours a day every day for 59 days. You have to have it filed by the end of the 60th day. If I put this asshole isn't progressing in their career, so I have them doing remedial education, it buys me another 60 days. At which point, Shithead 101 had better have passed their upgrade exam, or I put in an ELS for them, an entry-level separation, and they're no longer a member of the military. I walked out just as it ended, and I didn't get credit. Wow, good job, son. Listen, if you're homeschooling your child and you need to take a hard look in the mirror and understand that you probably aren't qualified, wanting the best for your kids doesn't automatically make you an effective teacher. Right. There's a basic amount of assumption that OJT has. For example, you passed through C school. Yeah. And another example, you were capable of following instruction to a level where you were passed through basic training. Right. That's why military members aren't, by virtue, automatically good teachers. Just because if someone is wealthy enough to hire a teacher to homeschool their kids, I think that's fine. But if the parent isn't qualified, it shouldn't be happening outside of that case. Yeah, like my eldest was homeschooled. I homeschooled social studies and English when I got off of my teaching job. The neighbor that had the kids during the day did the science and the math. And then we both did current events, humanities, things of that nature. But I was in the process of getting my master's degree in education. The neighbor across the street was a former math teacher. And even though we were both qualified to do our own curriculums without any outside, I'm going to use the word interference, we both elected to use the American homeschooling program, I think is what it was called, so that outside individuals basically audited and kept us honest that we were teaching our kids properly. You saw that one girl that I've made the video on. She said, just so all you know, there isn't technically a law that says you have to send your kids to school. Yeah, in Illinois there is. In Illinois, there actually is. Homeschooling is an acceptable alternative. But this girl said, you can just let your kids do whatever they want and let them pursue their hopes and dreams. And then when I challenged her, her argument fell apart. And I was like, you know where you probably would have had a little bit of an understanding of an argument? If you had fucking gone to school. Like if you had... Is that the one? I always hate this one. It's like, which one of these magical traits do you want? They keep adding more and more. There's a huge chunk of students in public school that are illiterate. I can't blame any parent who keeps their kid homeschooled, even if they're stupid. The odds can't be worse. Well, the problem is the odds can be worse. See, because education and school are two different things. You should not be relying on the school to do 100% of the teaching. You also have to understand that if you're sending your kid to school and you're not reinforcing what the school's asking you to do, then you're the reason why your kid is failing. Like, for example, I call you and I say, hey, Mr. Astro, your son is failing my social studies class because it's pretty clear that Johnny isn't doing the reading at home. Johnny is coming to class. Johnny is not prepared. Can you hopefully hopefully sit down with Johnny tonight and remind Johnny of the importance of, doing our fucking homework? Well, I've had parents literally say, my kid has responsibilities at home. My kid doesn't have time to do homework. And at that point, I just say, hey, let me kick this up to the guidance counselor. Maybe Johnny should just get removed from school then, because Johnny can go get their GED, and then Johnny will have all the free time in the fucking world to go do whatever these other responsibilities are. But right now, Johnny is a bump on a log in my class. My child is required to read a minimum of 15 minutes a day at home. If you're not working with your child at home, you're not doing your job as a parent. Right, exactly. You as a parent should also be willing to hold your child back if they're failing. Yes. Social promotion is the absolute worst thing you can do. Yeah, you made your kid read the Constitution in 9th grade. I hate when kids take American history in like 9th grade and then they do the Constitution later. The U.S. Constitution and U.S. history need to be taught simultaneously, because if you just teach the Constitution to pass the Constitution test, it loses a lot of its meaning. You should be willing to let your child be left behind, and I'm not sorry to say that. Yeah, we had a kid who, I remember his name was Ryan. He was behind us in school. He started off with us in kindergarten, and he took real ill during kindergarten. He was really, really, really sick. Well, I remember years later talking to him, and he said he struggled in school because he was absolutely livid that his parents forced him to be retained, until he realized he was always one of the slower kids in class, and that was because he was pissed off and angry, but it was also because he didn't have the skill set. I think there is something to be said about knowing how to help your kid, and you don't make unilateral authority decisions for your kid, but I think you make unilateral authority decisions for your 6-year-old. I think by the time your kid is 11, 12, maybe 13, maybe 13, definitely, school should no longer be decisions about school should no longer be being made without the kids' input. I think too many parents forget you have a map that got you through school 20, 30 years ago when you went through school. That doesn't automatically mean you have a map that's going to get them through today's school. Either hold them back or summer school to catch them up. Right. And I think the bigger part that really needs to hit home with that is if parents aren't willing to do the work to help their kid when their kid is the one that's falling behind, what you're really asking is you're asking me as the teacher to impact the lives of 30 or 29 other kids because your kid is a douchebag and you're a douchebag because you don't make your kid read. Like, that's rough. Your kid can't work independently. So 90% of my time is taken up with your one kid. Well, I'm sorry. That's not how I roll. I will just keep failing your kid. I mean, I will give your kid their entitled time if I'm not busy doing something else, but I'm not going to hand walk your kid through whatever grade it is that you've fucked them up for. I'm just not going to do that. If your kid can't do 7th grade work by the time they're in the 7th grade, between the parent, the kid, and me, everybody's going to have to do a lot more work. The kid's going to have to do 50%. The parent's going to have to do 40%. And then there I am with the 10%. I'm going to have to put 10% more work into your kid than I would a normal kid. But when parents are like, you're the teacher, it's your job. I'm the 7th grade teacher, so it's my job to take 7th grade first month students and get them to 7th grade 10th month status. That's my job. Just in case anybody's confused as to what my job is. Bad parents aren't going to magically turn into good parents. Any solution that involves the parent won't work because they're usually the cause. You're right, but it has to. Which is why Boy in a Band, when he had his song Don't Stay in School, there's a great powerful line in it. You say it's not the kids, the parents are the problem. So if you taught the kids to parent, that would be the problem solved then. And that hits a certain kind of way because there are too many times when honestly the kids have no idea how to parent. And as all the parents in here will tell you, there is no textbook for raising your kids. Raising your kids is difficult. Yeah, this mob is awesome. If only they hadn't gone on the cheap with some of the design work. Oh my lord, look at that. Fucking a giblet of health. That's not even enough health. If it was a stick of butter, you couldn't even butter your bread with that. Oh, I hate shield mobs. They never been adult. Oh, the thing about kids is that they're just born wanting to learn. You just have to tell them what and how and launch them at it. If you teach them to be lazy, they're going to learn the hell out of that lesson, though. Right. I mean, that is where the rub comes in. Kids are like electricity. They're going to take the path of least resistance. If you give your kids a least resistance way out of the work, that's what your kids will do. Like, for example, my father was a big believer in hard work. My father was a big believer in everything had to be an ordeal. Everything had to be a learning experience. But then Pirate Software, who I don't care much for, but a broken watch is right twice a day, and even people that you don't like sometimes have profound things that they say. Pirate Software said, if you want to get a task done, give it to an ADHD person. And that is very, very, very spot on. If you have a convoluted process that's taking hours, and you have an employee that you know is ADHD, ask the employee to take over that process and come up with suggestions. They'll have some suggestions because they don't want to waste their fucking time. I've seen people take 6-hour processes and chop them down to 30 minutes. Be right back. But no, I think it's a tragedy what we do to our kids in America. I think it's absolutely criminal. I think it's, you know, I know it sounds absurd. I know it sounds ludicrous. The kids who have sued their parents and they've said, I'm suing you because I didn't ask to be born. That's an interesting perspective that I'm not 100% sure if I disagree with the idea. I didn't ask to be born. Like, I didn't ask to be born. You did a terrible shit job. You did an absolute terrible shit job raising me. Now I'm ill-equipped for life. I'm suing you. You know, my kids are mad. I sympathize with that view because I feel that way some days. You know, I get that. I saw a TikTok video. It doesn't matter what the first part of the TikTok video was about, but in this one particular TikTok video, the guy calls his dad, or he goes to see his dad in the house. He says, "Hey dad, thanks for beating the shit out of me when I was a kid." And the dad's like, "No problem, son." Like, hey dad, thanks for being hard on me. Because when I got to basic training, like, my TI, because I had some, I was on the Skinny Boy program. I wasn't on the fat body program. I was on the skinny body program. I had to go downstairs to the chow hall just before bed and get my 4 pieces of bread and my 4 tins of peanut butter. And that I just was naturally underweight. God, I wish I was that way now. I was just naturally underweight. So I had to go put on extra calories. Well, my TI came down the one day because he wanted to talk to me because I was older. I was 23. My TI was there and he's like, I've noticed that yelling at you doesn't move the mercury. And I said, sir, yelling at me is never going to, like, just tell me what I did wrong and move on. I understand you're yelling at me so that you don't have to teach the lesson to everybody. You yell at me when I fuck up. And so everybody learns the lesson. Said, I'm a teacher. I have a master's degree. I get it. I know how this game is played. I was like, but as far as upsetting me, you're not gonna fucking upset me. Because there is nothing you are gonna say to me as a TI that my father hasn't said to me. Like, try your best. I invite you to. Like, you're just not going, you can't hurt my feelings. Like, you can't hit me. In Air Force basic training, they can't hit you. If you can't hit me, then your biggest scary part is taken away from you. I know you can't hit me. So all of this hollering, all this shouting, all this carrying on, it doesn't affect me. Because it doesn't apply to me. "100% if you choose to have a child, it's your job to provide that child with the best possible life. They did not get asked if they want to be, they did not ask for you to be their parent. And they did not get to choose you as a parent. There are an awful lot of kids that I am sure, if they had had a choice, would have chose different parents. I think that is fairly accurate. I think that most kids would have wanted good parents. Oh, I want to try to clean that 4-5. It's not your job to provide them with the best possible life. It's your job to provide them with the best possible outlooks. No, I disagree with you. I do think it is your job to provide them with the best possible life. I've heard people say shit like, if mom's not happy, nobody's happy when they have kids. No, I think that's bullshit. I think the moment you decided to have unprotected sex, and sex where you weren't on a birth control method, you lost the right to say if mom's not happy, nobody's happy. Because honestly, fuck you. Like, your kid didn't ask to be born in a world where your kid didn't ask to be born, period. So because your kid didn't ask to be born, your kid sure as shit didn't ask. Yeah, pull and pray is not a highly successful method. One of the worst things that you can have happen is failing to pull out on a pull-out couch. I think you do owe your child the best possible life. That doesn't mean necessarily that you have to spoil your kid, because that's not necessarily... You're not responsible for their life after the tutorial. You're responsible for... Yeah, you're responsible for their level of preparation. Absolutely. You have best possible outcomes, maybe. But it's like I said, certain people that I use as an example, you can barely feed your kids reliably, but you bought a second fucking dog. Like, that's just about enough to make me want to never, like, even talk to you again. Because we're judged by the company we keep. And you're asking a big fucking ask if you're asking me to keep helping you. With no pet insurance on top of that. Oh, of course not. Of course they don't have the pet insurance. Trust me. If I could get the pet insurance on the pets I have, I sure as shit would. I wish we had the ability to sort. I did see in the patch notes today, we will finally have the ability to lock any item. That'll be good. Best Possible Life is just hella loaded with the implications of supporting them into. Oh yeah, as I tell my kids, my job is to get you to 18. After age 18, I literally have no more. I have no more responsibilities. Responsibilities doesn't mean that I won't help you. But if you're coming into the equation with some amount of expectation that I'm going to give up my quality of life after yeah, I wish they would add a filter for the deviations, and I wish that we could mark them for trash in the fuser. But no, I think the really big problem that we have is people don't comprehend, people don't grasp the idea that your happiness is not going to be had at the expense of my happiness after you've turned 18. Like, and you know, my kids found this out. My kids weren't happy about it, but my daughter decided she was going to make some life decisions, and she made those life decisions, and she let her pride get in the way. And so instead of coming to me and saying, I screwed up, how can you help me? She decided to become a stripper. Look, you were 18, you were young, you were dumb. But what I respect you for is that you had a problem. You didn't expect me to be Vanilla Ice. If you got a problem, yo, I'll solve it. No, it's not my fucking problem to solve. It's your problem to solve. If my daughter had called me and said, Dad, I'm a screw up, be like, okay, what do you need? I need a place to live. I happen to have that. I happen to have a spare bedroom. But people that I've thrown a lifeline to, I told them, hey, get up in the morning, keep my house tidy. Once you run around the house, help my wife with the kids, help my wife with the pets. There's a kitchen full of food. Enjoy a meal. Look for a job. When I get home from work, not that I'm your parent, I'm your friend, but when I get home from work, tell me what jobs you've looked for. Right? Tell me what jobs we've taken a look at. Well, I had a friend who was living here and wasn't doing any of that shit. The one day they just decided to wake up and not do fuck all around my house. What got even fucking worse is the one day they woke up, decided to do fuck all around my house, and then left dishes in my sink. Well, they caught me on a bad day. As I said at the beginning of the show, we all have bad days. Caught me on a bad day. My response was pretty easy. I got home from work, saw that they hadn't done fuck all. What I said to him, I said, so when are you leaving? When's your flight home? They kind of gave me a look, and I said, oh no, you ain't fucking staying here. Said this is too many days in a row. Like your rent is getting up, helping take care of the house that you live in. I'm not asking you to take care of my house as a slave or a servant. I'm asking you to take care of the house that you live in. Because I'll be goddamned, right? If I'm going to go to work all day, be the bread earner, and then get home and have to clean up after you, because you're not my kid. So when's your flight home? Because that's the end. That the extent of my paying for you is the fucking plane ticket I'm buying for you to go home. Some people, man, they just don't fucking get it. I think some people are incapable of getting it. Do you have any registered child savings account in the USA? We can save up to $50K for our kids' future education, and the government will give you an extra $7,200 if you save according to the schedule. With the new Donald Trump saves plan, yeah, we have something akin to that. We have, what the fuck are they? We have tax-free accounts for those. But you have to be careful with the tax-free accounts. There's rules to them. The government doesn't give you more money, which kind of sucks. But yeah, we can get tax-free accounts. And if it's a single day and they come back with like, well, I had to go to 8 job interviews today and they were all over the fucking place and all I had to do was scrape the dishes and stack them for later, and I was just walking in the house 10 minutes ago and I was putting the food in the dog dish. Yeah, exactly. If I come in, exactly. Like, hey man, what the fuck? Why are you leaving dishes for me to do? I had 8 job interviews today. I got up. No, I'm not doing politics. We're talking politics. I'm just not in the politics category. I just didn't have it in me to do a 4-hour politics show. I'd rather just sit and bullshit. Sit, bullshit. We'll still talk about stuff. But no, Faye, I 100% agree with that. Hey, I had like 8 job interviews today. I was just sitting down for breakfast. Then I got a call about a job interview. And then all day long, I've been dropping off applications. I'll be like, cool. That's no problem. I get that. That's what you're supposed to be doing. Like, I get home and none of the housework is done, and you come in after me and you're like, yeah, I had 8 job interviews and I got a job. Hey, a Buzzy B, I need you. Be a good one. Be a good one. Be a good one. Rise and Shine 4, I'll take you. I can work with that. It's just... It's just people that will look the gift horse in the mouth. Absolutely... positively infuriate me. Like, I am doing everything I can to try to help you. And you are making it real fucking difficult. Like, and that's why a couple of months ago, I made I sent out a tweet. I said, is it that, which one is the reality? Is the reality that people have stopped caring? Or is the reality that the people that were caring have just been taken advantage of too much? Yeah, exactly. You walk in the house, they're playing Xbox, nothing's done. They haven't, like, one of the... You're in the second category. Yeah, you still care. You just had to stop caring because it wasn't getting you anywhere. And I know this sounds like trying to run somebody's life for them. And I'm not trying to run anybody's life for them. Fuck's sake knows I struggle to run my own. But one of the most important things every day for somebody to do, and I know this sounds really, really small, But one of the most important things for a person who's in a bad situation in life to do is get up and shower every day. I know it sucks. Trust me. I know this part of the deal sucks. I'm not trying to make it sound like this isn't the suck. Embrace the suck. Get out of bed. Get out of bed. Get up. Take a shower. Make your bed. Put the dirty laundry in the hamper instead of on the floor. Why is all that so important? Because now you have 4 wins under your belt. It's gonna be your foot's fucked up again. They need to just get you a whole new leg, man. Yeah, easy wins. Easy wins, even if they're small wins. Everyone in the house contributes. I said no to doing chores for an allowance. It's a minimum standard of living in our household community. Yes. My daughter is mad because she doesn't get an allowance for cleaning her room. She doesn't clean her room, so she doesn't get nice things. Your allowance for cleaning your room is a thank you for me giving you the room. Because I could just as easily go in and take all the shit out of it, right? You broke multiple metatarsals and your fibula this time. That's a bad fucking day, man. What the hell did you do that you broke your fibula? But no, I think the Japanese, or I'm sorry, the Middle Eastern style of teaching your kids with a $5 a week allowance. You stood up. Oh yeah, your bad wheel. I think the Middle Eastern, I've seen it from Middle Easterns. I mean, I know all demographics, nationalities have way that they teach their kids, but $5. $1 goes into the charity envelope. $2 goes into the savings, or $2 goes into the charity envelope. $2 goes into the I want envelope. $1 goes into the savings envelope, and then the parent matches the $1 that goes into the savings envelope to teach them the idea behind saving money. I think that's a really strong thing, but the money for allowance isn't the basic stuff. You keep your bathroom clean. You keep your bedroom clean. You see me out in the yard working and you say, Dad, I'll take care of the flower bed for you. And I say, okay. After you get done taking care of the flower bed, I throw you a couple of bucks. Because to teach you the value of labor and as a thank you, so I don't have to be bent over, putting weight on my bad knee, ripping out weeds out of a flower bed. Right? I think that's just good business. I think that just makes good sense. Embrace the suck, accept the suck, accept it as won't get better until you pull belt to your own ass and get to work. Yep. That's kind of like all these bullshit. I hear all these bullshit philosophies like, get yourself a gym buddy so you're accountable to somebody other than yourself. No, that's terrible fucking advice. That's creating an external locus of control. If you want to go to the gym, if you want to go for a walk, if you want to go for a run, you do those things. Those are your things you want to do. Don't wrap that up in a external locus of control. Somebody else is going to be accountable for you. Because it works like this. I'm not going to drag your ass out of your bed. If I'm supposed to meet you at the gym at 6 o'clock, I'm meeting you at the gym at 6 o'clock. If you're not there, then I'm getting my workout in. I'm getting my pump on. I'm not going out of my way to call you like, hey man, where you at? You're supposed to be at the gym. You know you're supposed to be at the fucking gym. You know your ass is supposed to be at the gym. When I was in high school, I've had this fucking self-accountability mentality since high school. People were like, hey, can you pick me up at my house in the bad weather? I was like, I will pick you up at your house in the bad weather. But I am not fucking getting out of the car. I am not coming up to the doorbell. I am not doing any of that shit. I will show up at your house between this time and this time, depending on traffic. If I am running late, I will call you. I am leaving from in front of your house at this time every day. I am leaving from in front of your house at 7:10 in the morning. I will be at your house no later than 7:10 because after 7:10, I can't get to school on time. You are not making me late. You are not making me late. What the fuck did I just complete? Oh, I ran over and defeated a target. Cool. You are not making me late. I am not going to tolerate that shit. I think I already got my 10th one, didn't I? Yep, I got my 10th one. It is inherently disrespectful for you to make me late. It's inherently disrespectful for me to not show up. Where I work, they train us to foster an internal center of control. This is the key to success. Yes, an internal locus of control is the key to success because leaders don't have an external locus of control. Leadership is a lonely position. Being the leader is rough. It's why the leader makes such good money. Or when your name is Steven Sharif, why you pilfer so much money out of your company. He wasn't being paid for his skills, he was just paying himself. I think we've got a really, really bad problem, and it reflects in every aspect of our society, and that's the shitty part. The quality of everything in life is going down. Like, I'm seeing more and more with servers. Servers are starting to say, like, 20% is the minimum. Nah, bitch, 0% is the minimum. Just so we're clear, in case somebody has lost the narrative, I can afford to go out to eat. If your service sucks, 0 is the least I can provide. This idea that you're entitled to 20%, you're expecting 20%, go fuck yourself. You're expecting 20%? Where did your expecting 20% come from? We used to work for 5 to 10% in tips. And what I could never understand about people is serving is where I made the majority of my money, disproportionate to the amount of work that I did. The only thing I hated about serving was side work. That was the piece that was the piece that I struggled with morally. If I'm being paid with tips to take the food from the kitchen to the restaurant, or from the restaurant, the kitchen to the diner, right? Then I can expect that money. But if you're having me do work like roll silverware, stack cups, refill condiments, I'm working for you. So you should be paying me minimum wage for the time period that I'm doing side work. It's why my buddy who I consult at his restaurant, I told him years ago, I said, get rid of side work for your servers and have one person on paid time. Their whole job is side work. Question, do you pay percentage on large bills or fixed amount? It's a great question. I will pay a percentage on large bills if the server meets the minimum threshold. I do recognize the idea that if I'm at a Disney restaurant. I'll use Disney for example because they have the things that go from like $18 and $54 on the same menu. Actually, I'll use Wolfgang Puck. Wolfgang Puck is a little bit better of a example here. If I go to Wolfgang Puck and I get a hamburger, it's $18. Chicken sandwich is $18. The steak frites are $54. Okay. I will tip a percentage of my bill. However, I respect that somebody who says, why should I tip you what essentially is 20 to 30, 30 to 40, 40 to 50. Why should I tip you $6? Those are their prices. That actually is their prices. Why should I tip you $6 more because you brought me a steak frites plate as opposed to bringing me a chicken sandwich plate? Now, I understand the logic there. I don't subscribe to it, but I also don't dispute it. You have a very valid point. If you're tipping the least, if you're tipping 20%, if you're tipping 20% for the the cheapest item on the menu, so you're paying the server 20% of what the minimum balance would be. I don't see a problem with that. I think the problem is when, or with booze, my 1 ounce of whiskey was $50. Okay, so I will say when it comes to alcohol, a lot of restaurants have to change the way they function. What I don't like about some restaurants is some restaurants, the server has to tip out the bartender. I don't like that mentality. I don't like having to tip out my busboy, my expo runner, and my bartender at a flat rate, especially when there's times that you didn't make that flat rate on the ticket. This is an old, antiquated expectation. The expectation is that it's a 15% tip. And so you have to give the bartender 15% of the alcohol portion of the tip. Well, if those people didn't tip 15%, if they only tipped 10, I could very well go negative on a table. And I think that's where restaurant owners need to get their shit in order. Bartenders shouldn't be taking a cut of servers' tips. Bartenders should be making enough that, because they know they're not working in a bar, they know they're working in a restaurant. So you should be paying your bartender a good wage because you want a good bartender at the restaurant. Unfortunately, and I'm not saying everybody, but most restaurant bartenders aren't exactly top of their field bartenders. Bartending at a restaurant is a place that you go to get some experience behind the bar. We know that. Bar owners know that. Bartenders know that. Bar schools know that. Restaurant owners know that. You're not getting a mixologist coming in to work at TGI Fridays. Why? Because you don't have the full range of bottles. And how often are people going to be ordering specialty drinks? They're going to be ordering all the drinks that you've properly prepared and collated on the menu. And there's nothing wrong with that. But there is something wrong with it that I got to pay the that I gotta pay the fucking bartender and then I lose money on the tab, or by the time I pay everybody. I wish honestly that we would just straight get off of the tipping culture. I wish we would, honest to God, move to servers making a flat rate, and then if you want to, leave a gratuity on the table. I think that we've got a really, really weird society right now, and I don't know how it gets better. To be honest, I don't. I don't know what better looks like. 100% tip is a minimum. Well, so here's the thing. I've stopped going to restaurants as often as I was. One part of that is one of the restaurants that I really enjoyed. I'm going to go there when my kid goes back to school because my kid doesn't like sushi. I want to get away from tipping and having stores include the tax on the price on the counter. So the European tax methodology, where the price shown is the price including tax, will never work in America. And the reason why it will never work in America is because we have too many places where you're on the border. You're on the border of where, like, a Walmart is. We would... Oh, shit, I hate this fucking thing. We would have a problem.
Klein seems completely lost within his own subconscious.
We would have a problem because...
We're stuck in Klein's subconscious.
If one place has a 9% tax rate and one place has a 7%, the 9% tax rate place is going to lose business. Yeah, my taxes are different depending on the county I walk into.
It takes a lot of energy to maintain this space, and Klein sounds pretty sick. Let's find him by following the sound of his coughs.
Taxes not on the tag doesn't work in the US because of the massive number of individual tax laws. Taxes on the tag would work most of the time because most people are either tax exempt or they pay full taxes. Yeah, individual municipalities in the same state can have different tax rates. That's where the problem is. So, oh, that's right. You can't kill the shit in here. It's gotta run. That's like when buying a car. Most of the time, municipalities give car dealerships the local rate. Otherwise, car dealerships in higher tax municipalities go belly up. And they go belly up because who the hell wants to buy a car where you're going to spend an extra couple $100s in taxes? But how much would that inform the populace? Well, the problem with saying how much would that inform the populace is this. What do you do about a town that literally needs the revenue so they can't afford to give the tax break? So now all of a sudden,
did you think
you create the system you want, and now the Walmart in your small town goes out of business, and now you're out those jobs. And then when the Walmart goes out of business, everything in the Walmart anchor goes out of business. It gives different municipalities that give tax incentives, but then you get a town like mine that can't really give tax incentives because we're so upside down in our budget. I think what you're realizing here is the big part of our problem is local municipalities shouldn't be allowed to have different tax rates. Municipalities should be all have the same local tax rate. And until you do that, you're never going to be able to do price at the counter because it'll just hurt businesses. Because people, honestly, are simple creatures. And what they'll say is, well, that town's tax rate's only 7%. I'll go there and spend my money. When the reality is you're going to spend more than 2% in gas driving there. That was the shit that always drove me nuts about my friends. My friends would be like, dude, we should drive to Crestwood to get gas because they don't charge tax. Motherfucker. Crestwood is 20 minutes away. The difference in price is going to be so small that I will have burned that driving there to get gas. Now, if we're already there, if we're already in Crestwood, yeah, let's stop and fill the tank up. Abso-fucking-lutely. Let's do that. That's a great plan. So they took this particular quest out of the main quest line. You do this one as a side quest now. I always hated this. You don't want to drive an hour to save 5 cents on the dollar or 20 on a gallon. Yeah, I don't want to drive a bunch of time, but people are stupid and they will.
Are you enjoying this game of cat and mouse?
No, I'm not.
Keep running like a worm.
Worms don't run. I live on a border store across the street. We don't pay a food tax. Somehow the other gas station is open. Yeah. It's because people are dumb. Bear in mind, my state has no sales or income tax, and the vast majority from property tax, and every town has a different tax rate. Yeah. But therein lies the problem. Therein lies the problem. My dad was adamant when I was growing up that I bought gas in our town. And the reason why he was adamant about that is because he said, if you buy gas anywhere else, you're hurting the community because you're not putting your tax dollars back into the community. I said, Dad, you forced me to go to a Catholic school. I don't give a fuck where I am when I need gas. I'm down in Crestwood. I'm getting gas down in Crestwood because it's cheap as shit. Like, I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck about this town. I don't give a fuck about this community. And again, I'm not vested in this town. I'm not vested in this community. I'm vested in the one I live in now. Fucking creepy ass dolls. But yeah, they're even at the municipal level. Okay, so our pool in the town didn't open this year. My town is fucking upside down with money. And yet somehow they found $5 million to reinvest.
In this room, I am the sole creator. Don't even think about leaving.
So they took out a $5 million bond to fix the pool. And my response was, how the fuck long is it going to take?
I can't stay at your side anymore.
How many years is it going to take for the town to recoup $5 million? Ticket to get into the pool is $5 for the day. We're a town of 10,000 people. You're gonna need 1 million visitors to break even. Who is running this town? Steven Sharif? I mean, I guess that. Thank you. I guess that's the new I guess that's the new, how shall we say, standard. Did somebody Sharif this? Has this been Sharifed? I just don't understand. Yeah, never go full Sharif. There we go. There's the new phrase. Doesn't get you banned on social. Never go full Sharif. I'm telling you, this shit is just, the shit is just unreal. Speaking of that catastrophe, I feel more and more, the more information we found out about what Steven Sharif did to the Intrepid Studios staff and the investors, you know, I feel bad for Jason Karamanis. I don't necessarily feel bad for Robert Dawson. And here's why. Robert Dawson is allegedly worth $500 million. If he lost 80 on a bad business investment, he's not dying, right? Jason, on the other hand, lost a sizable chunk of his capital. The way Steven made those two out to be, I would definitely support either one of them if Steven wanted to sue for slander, libel, defamation of character. Because Steven made everybody that was in the know at the very beginning think that, like, Jason was Rob's Goomba and was showing up to, like, do physical harm to him. Dude, now that all the text messages came out, Jason, when you weren't screwing him over and pissing away his money on DoorDash, Jason was helping you stay in your home. Town creates a budget for the fiscal year, then they take the assessed value of all the property plus the credit, submit it to the state, and the state calculates the tax rate for the property. What this means is that the local elections matter the most for the purpose of taxes. Kind of. I mean, in a new subdivision, in new property, yeah. But, like, my house was reassessed. Yeah, because you're in New Hampshire. You have a very, New Hampshire is very old money. Here, see, that bullshit has to stop. You have to be immune when you first stand up. I think the big problem we have is that if I'm a person and I want to do something that I don't have the money to do, sometimes I have to just suck it up, Buttercup, and not do that thing this year because I don't have the money. Sharif, verb, to mismanage something to the point of utter failure, to be incompetent at a high level. Yes. Although, to be incompetent at a high level, wouldn't that be an adjective? I think where the, I think where the rub is everybody forgets that government is funded on your money. There's nothing free. Like, when I was making, to perform incompetency at a high level, there you go. When I was making a lot of money, I hated paying taxes. And then I remember, in the TV show The West Wing, one of the actors was like, I'm okay with paying 26 times more in taxes than the average American. But on election day, I don't get to vote 26 times, and I don't get to use the roads 26 times more often. And part of that hit me in a certain kind of way. I don't mind taxes when that tax money goes to make things better. But I mind the shit out of my tax money being wasted. To the point where some people get mad when I say this. I would rather pay an accountant $500 and be right on the cusp. I would rather pay the accountant $500 to get $499 in deductions rather than the government get the $500 knowing full well the government will waste it. Little things in the government that absolutely kill me. We repave streets that don't need repaving because of how government contracting works. We have to repave the street this year because of how the money was programmed. Instead of, we need to pave Main Street. Main Street is getting pretty close to needing paved. So it's going to be $1 million. We take that million, we put it in an interest-bearing account, right? But we bring the contractor out. We bring the inspector out. The inspector looks at it and says, you probably have 3 years of road life left in this road. It's close, but you probably have 3 more years and then it will no longer be patchable. Well, instead of leaving the $1 million in that account and letting it earn interest for 3 years, they'll take the $1 million and they'll either spend it on a road that would be good for 3 more years, or they'll take the $1 million, they'll spend it on something else, and then in 3 years they don't have the $1 million and they can't get it because everybody's like, well, we already voted for this and we already came up with the $1 million, so where'd the $1 million go? It bothers me so greatly that our populace is so uneducated that they can't see where the government is simply taking advantage of them because the government has told them, well, it's your fault. Honestly, people get caught up on, like, so many people are caught up on the minimum wage argument. But the reality is 30 of the 50 states already have minimum wages above the national minimum wage. And of the remaining 20 states, I think there's only 4 that the average rate of pay is anywhere near the federal minimum wage. I can see it, but not much I can do about it. Yeah. That's the other problem. What can we do about it? I want to know, where's Mitch? If he's dead and they're hiding it, sadly, no one will be punished. Mitch McConnell just released a photo from the hospital because of Senator Graham's death. They released a photo of him in the hospital that he's been ill for several weeks. Weekend at McConnell's. Less than 1% of workers are working for federal minimum wage. Right. And so there's the thing. We're wasting an awful lot of breath complaining about a problem that's not really a problem. Now, I'm not saying that the federal minimum wage being $7.25 is a good thing. And I'm not saying I support it being there. Okay? Because those are 2 different sentences. If I wanted to say I'm okay with the $7.25 being the minimum wage, I would say that directly. How do you fix the cost of living? You fix the cost of living by hard capping the government expenditure to 90% of the previous year's take in income, and the other 5% must go towards paying down the national debt, not paying the interest on, paying down the national debt. We could reduce taxes by 20% if 20 cents out of every dollar didn't have to go to pay the interest on the national debt. If our government would understand that once you're in debt, you're operating from a place of weakness, then we could maybe get things fixed. But nobody wants to make the hard choices. And sometimes the hard choice, and I know this is going to sound morbid, but sometimes the hard choice involves some culling. For example, my wife does not want to live without her dominant arm. My wife had carpal tunnel surgery last week. My wife used to say as long as she had one arm, my wife would be okay living with no legs as long as she has one arm. My wife changed her opinion in these last few days, and she said, if I don't have my dominant arm, I don't want to be alive. My wife is okay living with one arm as long as it's her dominant arm. I'm not okay living without both arms. And I know some people will be like, that's silly. Yes, but it's my life, my choice for me. What could the U.S. cut back on? Medicaid, pensions? What the U.S. could cut back on is foreign aid, foreign wars, military operational budget, bullshit things that we don't need to do, like when the government starts renovating things, year-end funding in the military, year-end funding in most organizations. If you have extra money, okay, so if you're unaware of this is absolutely 100% a reality. In the military and in most government agencies, if your budget was 100 million this year and you don't spend 100 million this year, next year your budget goes down. And unfortunately, there is no recourse for that. What happens is, we only look at, we run our budget in a very piss poor way. Our budget is run on a year-to-year basis. But we can't hold money over, which is dumb. We can't hold money over from one year to the next. It's not allowed. I heard the Department of War has gone through its budget in about 2 weeks. Yeah, it has. Because people forget that the Department of War has two budgets. Well, it has about 6 budgets, right? It has its personnel budget, right? Its ops and sustainment budget, its acquisition budget, and then its operational budget. The operational budget is what takes it up to about $1 billion. And by the way, Social Security and Medicare is 38%, not 68%. 68% is the total mandatory spending. That's Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, veterans benefits, federal retirement programs, income support programs, and other mandatory programs. So Social Security and Medicare are about 38%. Mandatory spending in total is 68%. Shouldn't spending under budget be encouraged? Yes. For example, I'm gonna real quick to give you an example of the stupidity of the government. I have a 3-year build site. I have a 3-year construction plan. It's going to cost me $100 million. But I'm not allowed to prepay contractors for work they haven't done. So I can't lock in 2026's rate. Okay? I can't lock that in. So I'm programmed $100 million for this project because today it costs $100 million. But then some jackass raises tariffs, so the things I need to import go up in price. Well, in my first year, I got 30 million. And in my second year, I got 35 million. So now in my last year, that's 65 million. In my third year, I should get 35 million to finish my 100 million. Except now, because we've gone over 2 fiscal years, my price has gone up to 110. And then in this particular year, we decide to do a 90% funding rate. Oh, did you? Okay. So, what happens is, instead of giving me 35, right? You're only giving me 31 out of, you know, the 45 that I need. And what you say is, we understand this is going to cause deficiencies. Put in an unfunded request to get the rest of the money you need. Motherfuckers, a roof on the building is not an unfunded request. A roof on the building is a fucking I must have. I'm gonna give you another example. Shit that shouldn't be possible with the way the government funding is. There was a location that was built for training purposes, and they were building new simulators. But because they didn't do a single project manager, they had multiple project managers. They built the fucking building a year before the simulators were ready to install. When the simulators got delivered, there was no way to get them into the fucking building, because the simulators needed to be put in, because the last wall of the building was supposed to be left unfinished. Put the simulators in, and then build the building around it. It's a lot like this. The rich assholes that want a single slab pool table when they're building their new house. We move the single slab pool table in while the house is still under construction, and we build the house around the pool table. We bring it in on the day just before we finish up the last exterior wall. And then we build the whole house. We have to keep moving the son of a bitch, right? This is the problem. I wonder how much money in the U.S. wastes handling funding requests like that. Tens of billions, hundreds of billions, trillions. And it's because could the floor support the weight? Yeah, the floor could support the weight because they were on the ground floor. But the simulators just weren't ready to be delivered. What pisses me off is they built the warehouse for equipment that weighs 20 tons and started doing. Oh yeah, I've seen that too. I've firsthand seen that. I'll give you another example of the knee-jerk reaction bullshit. I don't know if you guys remember this, but remember when nuclear weapons ended up in Taiwan? No, you don't, because that never happened. We never sent nuclear weapons to Taiwan. We sent NWRM, nuclear weapons related material, to Taiwan. So, what had happened was some nose cones got shipped to Taiwan. No nuclear anything. Just the nose cones got shipped to Taiwan. Because of that, every single piece of nuclear weapon related material could no longer be stored at base level. They all needed to be stored centrally in a centralized nuclear weapons related material depot that wasn't at a base that handled nuclear weapons, because a base said we have the space for it. So now a base in the middle of bumfuck nowhere is now where all the nuclear weapon related material gets sent. And if you think that's bad, but wait, there's more. It come to find out, this location, which gets stood up in a fucking hurry because everybody's worried about their ass and covering their ass for accountability. This place gets stood up. The manning for the place gets decided. The manning for the place gets decided and programmed and budgeted before they had any earthly fucking idea how many inventory items they were going to be responsible for. So then, all this shit starts getting sent to them. And almost every day, they're receiving and they're shipping back out. Because it was tagged as nuclear weapons related material, which made it, oh my fucking god, the sky is falling. As I've said many times, many things in the military are dual purposed. Somebody slapped a nuclear weapons related material designator on a stock number for something that we needed for routine level. Because it was a battery. It was a battery that was rated for nuclear-related material, but it was also used in a bunch of other shit. And then, because that's all fucked up, now we have a multiple months-long process of identifying which items... No, it wasn't the grunts, man. This was the fucking civilians... fucking pissed me off. Then we spent months having to like go through every single NSN national stock number to figure out which items could be used NWRM and which could only be used for NWRM. Okay. Like most things, if you want a problem fixed, you have to understand the problem. I got a call. I was the acting commander because my commander had a T fracture of his forearm. If you don't know what a T fracture is, here's your forearm. His went like this. He broke it at a 90-degree angle. He was in a bone stretcher. He was on ass tons of narcotic painkillers. He did not have command authority. He was around. I ran the important shit past him, but the day-to-day shit, I ran. I get a call. It's Sunday morning. My phone rings, and somebody's like in a state of panic, and they're like, Lieutenant, I'm sorry to bother you. I said, it's never a problem. It's my job. What do you need? The roof collapsed. Holy fuck, can you be a little bit more vague for me? We have like 17 buildings in the squadron. Which fucking roof? The roof to the main warehouse. How bad's the damage? Well, there's water everywhere. All right, I'm on my way in. Was in jeans and a t-shirt and sneakers. I drove in. When I walked in the building, it was like a shower. The roof didn't collapse. The roof disintegrated. I don't know where the fuck the roof was. It wasn't on the ground, and it wasn't doing roof things. I don't know where the fuck it was. I don't know, coffee break. I don't know where the fuck it went. It wasn't doing its job though. So I looked at the airman and the sergeant, and I said, recall the entire squadron, every swinging dick, right now. Sir, you don't have the authority. Motherfucker, we've got a couple of $100 million worth of fucking shit in this warehouse, and that's water and no fucking... Yes, I have the authority. Make the goddamn phone call. I really think we should... And I had to channel my inner Dustin Hoffman from Outbreak. Put your finger on the phone. Initiate the recall on my authority. I will take the shit for it if I'm wrong. So I pick out my phone and I start calling people. My first phone call is to my boss, not my commander, his boss, because he's currently my boss. And I said, good morning, sir. He's like, if it is this early on a Sunday and you are calling me, it is not a good morning. No, sir, it's not. Can you swing over to the main building? He says, do I need to be in uniform or not? I said, you probably want steel-toed boots and gloves. He's like, how bad? Sir, bad enough that I'm calling you before noon on a Sunday? He lived on base. He's like, I'll be right over. I shit you not, ladies and gentlemen. As the airman and the sergeant that I dispatched to start calling people, started calling the top Ks in each flight, the top enlisted, they're calling my BlackBerry saying, I don't have the authority. Cool, you know what? If I don't have the authority, get in uniform and come to the base. That's a lawful order. Then you can rip me a new asshole when you see the state. Other than that, I expect to see you within the hour. Go. Hung up on them. I don't fucking care. Because people aren't used to managing in a crisis. First sergeant that comes in. First sergeant comes in, not the first sergeant, but the first senior master sergeant that arrived. I could hear them yelling, calling my name the whole length of the building, which I'm like, okay, we're gonna have two problems because this isn't how we play anyway. They got there and they're like, holy fuck, the roof is gone. Hey, holy fuck. Welcome to the party, asshole. Probably why I recalled you. You got gloves? You got boots? Good, get to work. Well, I need to go get a uniform. No. You were told to be in uniform. It's because people can't lead. And the problem with trying to lead people anymore is people can't be followers. People don't know how to be followers. And in order to be a good leader, you have to be a good follower. Leave it to the military to lose an entire roof and not know where it is. Right. So then my boss, my commander gets there, drugged out of his mind. My wife has since brought me a uniform. So here I am on a Sunday in utility uniform, or moving everything out of a flooding end of a building, while I'm having to fight with CE to come and disconnect power to the building. And they're like, well, we don't really think... Please come up here, pretty please, with sugar on top, or I'm just going to cut the power at the breaker box, and you guys can deal with the shit after. Pretty please, with sugar on top. Can you please come and see that I need the fucking power cut? Because the water is getting up to where the fucking outlets are. And once the water gets there, I have to abandon everything else in these rooms. I'm arguing with the CE guy, and the MSG takes the phone out of my hand. He says, this is Colonel so-and-so. Get your ass up here right the fuck now. The problem is we're an organization that is trained to follow orders and take orders. And when something goes outside of the lines even a little bit, everybody loses their damn mind. So I don't blame Congress for not being able to lead themselves out of a fucking wet paper bag. I don't blame the government for not being able to fix its problems, because when you try to fix problems, you get a label. I used to get labeled as the promotion seeker. And I had a civilian say that shit behind my back. They're like, you're only doing this so that you look good for your next promotion. I said, come here, I want to talk to you. I said, first of all, my next two promotions are all but guaranteed. Okay? I'm a captain. I'm a recently promoted captain serving at the Pentagon. I don't think my fucking career is questioned right now. I'm trying to fix things to do a good job because there's so much broken shit here. And this guy says to me, it's gonna be painful if you try to fix all these problems, because as you fix one system, you break the next system. And I said, well then buckle your seatbelt, because we're gonna break some shit. Because that's what we get paid to do. We get paid to fix things. I arrived at a duty station, and when you're a contracting representative, you have to review all the contracts as they change hands. I was appalled because I was very familiar with 9 of the contracts that I was taking over. And what happened was, as I got there, the person I was replacing said to me, just so you know, some of these contracts haven't been reviewed in 9 years. And I said, the fuck what? They said that some of these contracts haven't been reviewed in 9 years. So I handed them back to him. I said, well, if these contracts haven't been reviewed in 9 years, you can't pass them off to me until you do a contract review. And the guy said, well, I'm leaving in 3 days for my new assignment. I said, look, I can't sign for these. Period. Dot. He's like, well, I'll go talk to the general. Because the general arranged my next assignment. And I have to be there in 4 days. He was going to an embassy assignment. So the general calls me in. Look, I understand that you're a hard ass. I understand you come from the Pentagon, but you just have to sign them and then you can do a contract review. I said, sir, I cannot sign for these contracts because if you follow back, if these contracts haven't been reviewed in 9 years, I was the last person to review them when I was a tech sergeant. I cannot sign for contracts that the last review was done by me. He goes back through the audit log and I'm the one. So he looks at the guy that I was replacing, says, well, you got 3 days to review 9 contracts. How the fuck do we have contracts that haven't been reviewed in 9 years? How do we have contracts that haven't been reviewed in 14 years? Because running multiple broken systems is so much better. Right, they're broken to a point where they all work. They all get the job done. It's like driving around in a Jeep with no doors is using the Jeep as intended. Driving around in a Ford Escort with no doors is probably sketchy as fuck, right? Yeah, Warhammer 40K. Just remember, one of Murphy's laws of combat. If it's stupid and it works, it's not stupid. Another one of Murphy's laws of combat. 2 things that must be together to function can't be shipped together. It's... mediocre has become acceptable. Mediocre has become acceptable. Airlines are late. Yeah, don't let perfect get in the way of good enough. Right, exactly. Don't let perfect ruin something that you can finish together at 5 o'clock on Friday. Yeah, listen, what if we just throw more money at it? That should fix it. Yeah. I was sitting in a parts replacement meeting, and a piece of equipment was had been down. I'm sorry, a part was unavailable for 360 some odd days, and it was projecting that it was going to be unavailable for another 360 some odd days. Well, this part was required to put aircraft back in service. We had aircraft that were hangar queens. If you're a maintainer, you know that means it's a K-ball aircraft. It was missing a part to get it operational, and so they just keep K-balling parts off of it and placing the orders against it. So as the orders come in 2 or 3 months, then they fix that aircraft. So they got 4 aircraft that aren't flight worthy, and they're keeping the other 60 flight worthy. It's called the hangar queen. K-ball aircraft. So I'm in a meeting, and that's what one of the colonels said. The colonel said, this is becoming a problem because we don't have this part. These aircraft are becoming hangar queens. And I said, well, you have the authority to tell people not to K-ball off of that aircraft. You have the authority to tell them that a 3-day turn time on a part is a reasonable time. You have the ability to tell the MAGCOM why you're only at 58 aircraft out of 60, because they can't source the parts that you need faster than 3 days. You can do all of those things. The colonel said to me, he's like, well, why don't you just spend more money and find it? Sir, I can't go down to fucking KC-135R and fucking source parts. I have a request into DLA. I have the highest priority request I can put in. Motherfucker, we're stuck waiting. They had to find a company to reverse engineer the part and build. That takes time. What? Does he want to hear that from a lieutenant? No. No, it would have made a hell of a lot more sense, though. Hey, we're buying this aircraft. Yeah. Boeing. You need to build the factory for this aircraft at a location that the military controls, so that we can incur the cost to keep all of the individual production lines in a ready-to-go state So in case we need to spin up spare parts. Well, that would be expensive. Hell of a lot less expensive than 30 years from now when we decide to keep this airframe in service, having to reverse engineer the parts. Because you have to do destructive testing and non-destructive testing. Just so you're aware, it takes a minute to find replacement parts for Grandpa Buff. Because some of the original lines have been shut down for years. Yeah, there's only a select few vendor even permitted to manufacture some of those parts. Yeah. And then they got to produce X amount that have to be destroyed. And then you can take the rest. You have to order X number of bolts. If you're ordering bolts, I know bolts, for example, because I've spearheaded numerous fucking bolt buys. You buy bolts. They have to submit no less than 6. 4 for non-destructive testing, 2 for destructive testing, and they don't know which 2 you're going to destroy. You're going to take the bolts apart. Why did I do that? That was the right fucking button. Thanks, hand. They're going to take the bolts apart. They're going to shear them, stress fracture them, take them to the point of failure. While you're doing that, that company is like, hey guys, could we maybe, move this process along? Because we would like to get paid at some junction in life. Mediocre needs to stop being acceptable, and people need to stop negotiating about it. Yes, people need to stop negotiating around being mediocre. You are 100% correct. Yeah, and then they have to make 10 bolts to get the 6 for testing. Right. Instead of, this common sense thing. Hey, we're buying this airframe. Yeah. Do we have a best practice guide to say how many bolts we went through on, like, other aircraft? Can we pull the maintenance records? Yeah. Now, I'm not saying that we need to buy 1 million bolts on day 1, but I'm saying maybe it would make some sense that when Boeing contacts us and says they're getting ready to shut down the line, maybe it would make some sense for us to figure out we're going to receive aircraft over 15 years, and then after the 15th year, we're not going to receive any more aircraft, so they're going to start shutting down and sunsetting and mothballing the production lines. Maybe we should order 500,000 bolts, because in the first 15 years we used however many. Then maybe we should order another 500,000 bolts and store them, because I think it would be a hell of a lot fucking easier to store those bolts than it would be 15 years from now to get somebody to reverse engineer them. I'm just taking a stab. Maybe I'm dumb. Yeah, but Block 2 changed all the bolts to different fucking bolts. Which, why did Block 2 change all the bolts to another bolt? That's because somebody's nephew owns a bolt company. That's more of that nepotism shit. That's why I was insanely unpopular. Because people would try that shit with me. They'd be like, well, you can't write me up on this contract because I'm so-and-so's nephew. I don't give a fuck whose nephew you are. No fucks given who you're related to. Absolutely zero. Absolutely none. Guy showed up to do a tank cleaning without half of the required equipment. So the guy shows up and he's like, well, I was told that I would have access to the base's respirators. No, you weren't. He's like, yeah, I was. By who? The guy didn't know I was the guy from higher headquarters. I just happened to be there for a completely unrelated issue. The guy's like, the people that signed the contract, it's in the contract. Really? Where's your copy of the contract that says that? Oh, I don't have one with me. That's funny. Hold on. Because I happen to have one with me. And it doesn't say that at all. Well, why do you have a copy of the contract? Because I'm the guy from higher headquarters. Do you not recognize my voice? You not recognize my name? You're a bit fucking stupid. Said, so no, absolutely not. Well, you can't do that because I'm so-and-so's. I don't give a fuck. Let me call so-and-so right now. We don't even have to mix words, man. I'll call so-and-so and I'll tell them VFR Direct you're a fucking moron. I don't have any problem telling your uncle or your grandfather or whoever that you're a fucking moron. They're in the military. They're gonna find it funny. Be like, hey man, this guy can barely fucking chew gum and walk at the same time. And this is why the AK-47 remains the most produced and popular weapon system and hasn't changed a single nut, bolt, or component since 1955. The Kalashnikov has not. That is correct. There are alternative makes and models of the AK-47, but not the Kalashnikov variant. The Kalashnikov variant is also amazing. Why the AK-47 is such a great fucking weapon. You can pull one out of a river and it'll fire. You can pull one out of sand, it'll fire. You can pull one out of mud, blood, guts, gore, it'll fire. Now, I'm not saying you're gonna hit your target with it, but I'm saying that it'll fire. Yeah, the AK-47 needs no logistics. The M16, on the other hand, I'm sorry, the M4. You can fix it with paper clips. You can, you can fix it with binder clips. You can fix it with a spare piece of wire. And although they said the M16 had this function, we created so many damn different variants. You could take apart one M16 and another M16. And if you mixed up the parts, if they were different batch numbers, it were going to take you a really long time. AK-47s, take apart a bunch of AK-47s. This A piece and this B piece and this C piece and this D piece makes you an assembled weapon. But we mixed them all up. The AK-47 doesn't know any better. It's okay. It forgives you. Yeah, it sounds like hell because it is hell. Because it absolutely is. Because it's more, what it is it's more of that dumb fool ass shit that nobody wants to talk about. It's like, so that I talk about Once Human again near the end of the show. They released the new sniper rifle 2 weeks ago. Now, I don't think anybody would be surprised by this statement. It is a very common recurring theme in video games that new items are released in an overpowered status, and then most developers have become really lazy about doing proper balancing, because instead of properly balancing it in development, their solution is to release it to the player base, see how the player base breaks it, and then adjust accordingly. New heroes in MOBAs, new weapons, new classes, they all tend to be overtuned when they first come out. And yet there are still people who today, before the show, when we were talking about the sniper rifle nerf later today, there were literally people saying they're so surprised that they're already nerfing the sniper rifle. And then, right. And then their response will be to swing the pendulum. Not this company. This company does a good job. This company does a bad job of testing things before they release them. But they do a good job of only downgrading the power by tippy taps instead of by slams. The League of Legends method of releasing overturned champions to increase sales only to nerf it later. Right. It's so well known that that's what they do. We literally talk about it, and yet what will happen if League of Legends releases a new champion? Everybody will buy it, it will get nerfed, and then everybody will rage about how it's so unfair because they nerfed the new champion after I bought it. It's happened with the last 20 champions. Did you really fucking think there was going to be a difference? Final Fantasy 14. If they release a new healer class, you bet your ass that healer class is going to be either grossly overtuned or grossly broken, and it's not even a healer. Astrologian, when it first came out, wasn't a very good healer. It was a great buffer. It was a shitty healer. But that's also having to do with, the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over and over and expecting different results. I don't grasp why we as gamers can't get smarter. We just seemingly we can't get smarter. I thought we all learned. After Ashes of Creation and Chronicles of Illyria not to back things a gamer can learn, the community cannot. You're right. There are gamers who, like, there have been people in my own community that have said, "Are you pre-backing this game?" No, I'm not. I thought we as a community understood this. You can only test so much of a QA team of 20 people compared to the player base of thousands. The number of testing iterations the player base produces at exponentially higher than any QA team could ever expect to produce. Right. Nobody's disputing. Nobody is not saying that that's not the case. For example, if the power of the new sniper rifle was because you intentionally run a non-optimal mod, you intentionally run a non-optimal combination, you intentionally do something so outside of what the standard is, that's the shit that the players are going to be able to QA notice before the QA team can. However, I think you did zero testing on the new sniper rifle when the last bullet on the sniper rifle, when properly stacked, the last bullet does 3.4 million damage with one bullet. And none of that requires crazy out of the box combinations. We're not. What's the normal amount of damage? For a sniper rifle, a single bullet, the best sniper rifle with the higher base damage does just shy of 2 million when properly set up. But it is the highest base damage sniper rifle. So base damage 2310, base damage 1330. It's no big surprise why that will do more damage. And you'll notice its abilities: after hitting a non-human target with a weapon, weak spot damage 25% for 10 seconds. So your weak spot damage goes up to 100%. And then after defeating a non-meta-human unit with a weak spot shot, attack plus 15 for 20 seconds. So this weapon has the highest base damage, 195% weak spot damage, and 15% bonus attack. This weapon and this weapon, the finale, right now, beats the dog shit out of the bingo. Beats the dog shit out of it. It shouldn't. They should be similar. And that's the problem with gamers, game design companies. If you want to make the next thing, if you want to make the next thing more crazy, then take what already exists and say, okay, this was our scale 1 to 10. We want this new weapon to exceed 10. Cool. Pause. Let's go take our prior 10, move it up to that damage output. Oh, no, that's going to make it too powerful. Got ya. That's what you're asking to do. No, not on the old weapon, the new weapon. So we have a spectrum of 0 to 10. We know what the 10 is. You want to make something more powerful than the 10, but not realign the old 10 to be the new 10. Yeah, you're a fucking idiot. You're fired. To developer gulag with you. Anyway, unfortunately, I got some yard work I got to get done. I was waiting for my wife to get home because I need somebody to help me with it. I got to get out of here. I'm going to try to do a politics show on Friday. If not, it'll be more me running around. We'll talk about life while I'm gaming. I'll see you guys on Friday.
I wonder if the organic meat sack that runs this channel knows a lot of these sponsors don't sponsor us anymore.
They were longtime sponsors. The credits are fine.
Do we get paid? Is any of this sponsorship money for Gale, Daisy, the Chaos Fund?
You are a figment